Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the February 26, 2026 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. First on our agenda, the consent agenda, past records. Somebody want to move? Can we move these all at once, Betsy?
So moved.
So moved? No.
Seconded?
Okay, Mariah moves, Jesse seconds. Bob, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Moving on to administrative business, Pure School Project, change order number 22. Somebody like to move for approval?
I'll move it.
Suzanne moves it, Andy seconds it.
Here, I'll second.
Andy, how do you
We
vote?
don't need to?
I vote yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Do we have a student report tonight, Betsy?
Yeah, I read through the whole thing, figured from the capital, so if I had a question, I'd be able to.
Hi everyone, I'm going to share my screen for the student report. Okay, so this is the report for February, and I realized that last time when I presented in January, it was right before the lockdown, so I'm also going to touch on that here. We had a lockdown at the high school on January 29th, and this was during the mid-year exams. I believe it was the Thursday after we had 2 snow days, and we were just finishing up the first morning exam, which was world language, when there was an announcement over the loudspeaker that all students should stay in their classrooms and that we should go into lockdown. And at the time, there wasn't a ton of information out about what was happening, and students just sheltered in their classrooms, and there wasn't like immediate instruction about what would happen with other exams, but I think we sheltered for about half an hour before we were told that we were now safe to leave. And during that time, we got different reports that there had been a threat made that someone was going to attack the building or come into the building with a weapon, which is why we went into lockdown. And then ultimately, the second exam for that day was postponed to the next day. And students who ended up getting that optional second exam postponed took the exam on Friday during school, so we were just excused from our morning classes to take that exam. And then after that, right after mid-years, when we came back, second semester started. So first semester ended and seniors had their grades reported. And these are the last grades that are going to be reported to colleges for seniors who are applying until final grades come out. So that's a little nice for me and the other seniors. There was also a walkout that happened on February 4th, which is the image you see at the top of the screen. So students walked out of school for the last 15 minutes of the day. So this happened on a Wednesday where we end at 2:16. And I believe students left at around 2 o'clock and marched to Town Hall, where they were protesting the actions of ICE and the Trump administration. We also just had February break, so coming back from a 9-day vacation, and then we also followed it up with 2 snow days on Monday and Tuesday. And I think now, because of that, the school year has been extended and it's going to go into until June 25th. I personally won't be experiencing that because our graduation date has not moved. So I'm personally a big proponent of all the snow days, and we have moved to June 25th. I will be done on June 7th. That's all I have for today.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Jesse?
Yeah, Aditha, about the lockout, about the walkout about ICE. The 15 minutes earlier that students left, is that counted as a partial absence or how is it noted that that in aggregate, if there were 100 students or 120 students, that was hours and hours of missed instruction time that day? I have a second question too.
So I think that one's better for administration, not for our student. And
Okay.
My understanding is that, I just don't want our student to be put on the spot about absences, but my understanding is that anybody that left a class, so just so everybody's aware, most people here have high school age students or had high school age students. The high school ends at 2:15 on Wednesdays. This was a Wednesday, so they would have missed 15 minutes or 20 minutes of class. And I believe that everybody would face the consequence. My understanding from the high school is that everybody would face the consequence of that civil disobedience. So fully support it. But I think the high school, when they come up, you could ask that of Anthony or Hal. You had another question, though?
That looked like he was ready.
Oh, Hal, you want to answer? All right, Hal will answer.
Right, so yes, there is a consequence for doing that. There is a code that teachers can use when a student has an extended absence from class. If they go out, if they leave a class and are gone for 10, 15, 20 minutes, there is a code that teachers can enter. Whether the teacher did it in this case with a larger scale walkout, I couldn't tell you. I didn't look at it, but that is the consequence for that. 15 minutes is at the very end of the day. I don't know that those teachers would.
Thank you. You had another
Yeah, question, while you're there, Hal, I guess. So question number 2, were the students accompanied by any staff? And if so, who watched the other students while the staff left? And if the staff left, was that appropriate? I mean, I know it's a civil disobedience issue, but nonetheless, there are policies too. So could you comment about the staff involvement?
Teachers who had classes, I'm sure, stayed behind
Yeah.
with their classes.
Oh, okay.
Whether staff left that, I don't know.
Okay,
I happened to be teaching that block, so I stayed
You
behind
s- yeah.
with the students who stayed in my class. And
Sure.
Very interesting conversation about civil disobedience and about walkouts.
perfect, thank you. Thanks for the
I
clarification.
think the superintendent would also like to comment on that.
So I understand the student that might have organized it informed the high school administration that they were doing this. So it was, they made sure that the adults knew. High school administration let me know that the students were coming. So I went down to meet them, but more just to make sure everyone was okay. So just, I mean, I have 100 students coming to downstairs, so I came down and so there were some other staff, but I think the staff were also there for the same purpose. They were not, they were just making sure all the students were okay.
Betsy, I'm getting some comments that people can't hear the meeting online. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
I'm telling people, we originally had actually Zoom link on it, so they might try that.
I think someone's saying that there's no audio from the podium. Hal?
Sounds like it's on.
Didn't sound like it to me. Oh, really? Yeah, it didn't to me. When Hal talks.
Let's see.
That should be better now.
There we go.
That is definitely
Yeah.
better.
All right, so my question number.
Let's see what the moles on our phones tell us about whether or not the audio is really better in the next minute or two.
You had another question, Jesse?
No, I was just.
Okay.
Now that he was gonna use the mic. Same question again to the audience.
Do you want to just repeat what you said about?
Sure. There is a consequence for students walking out. The consequence would be that there's a certain mark for a type of tardy that's more than just coming in a couple of minutes late to class. When a student leaves for an extended period, if they say they're going quickly out to the water fountain, they disappear for 20 minutes, we have a code so we can track that, and deans can follow up with kids for that, and it can become a reportable attendance type thing. So that would have been appropriate. Again, 15 minutes at the end of the day, I don't know that most teachers would have done that. The second question was about whether staff accompanied students. Certainly, staff that was teaching would have stayed behind in the room because not every kid left for the walkout and would have stayed with the other kids in the room. I'm sure there were some staff, other staff that would not have had a teaching that would have been E-block. There would have been some staff, I'm sure, that did come along.
Thank you, Hal. Any other questions for our student? Okay, thank you so much for your report.
Thank you.
I believe the superintendent's report is going to be
Just
combined.
very brief.
Okay.
Yeah, just very brief for this moment, and then I'll be speaking later when it comes to the budget time. I just wanted to thank the DBW. We've had so many winners with hardly any snow, so we've hit the jackpot this season. The first snowstorm When we opened school on Wednesday after 2 days out, admittedly, it was a little rough. And there were a lot of panic calls from teachers, like struggling to find spaces. And just so people understand that while they're struggling to find spaces, they knew students were inside the building. So there was that, and I appreciate that feeling. But so this storm was bigger and heavier snow. I must say, though, Wednesday, it was impressive. Right? So, and we were checking around with all the schools. So thank you to the DPW. I know they work through the night. Brookline is tricky. You know, where do you put the snow? And so they really focused on making sure roadways were clear for emergency vehicles. And then they were very upfront with us that they were doing that first, and then they would do their efforts around school. But I just thank you for all that work that they did. And Wednesday opening was really pretty terrific.
Okay, I'm going to just repeat this out loud, Betsy, so people they can hear us, right? So if you are trying to get on our meeting and you're having trouble on Big on the YouTube stream,
No, they can't.
they won't hear it anyway?
I would just direct people to the agenda for tonight's meeting, which has the direct Zoom link. We did not put Big on there because this was an added meeting and Big did have a conflict. They
Right,
weren't
so I was
sure.
going to say, don't go to the YouTube, right,
Right.
go to the Zoom link.
Right, so if they do open the agenda, the Zoom link is directly on there as it was posted.
Val, I have a quick question for Bella
Okay, on DPW?
on just related. Sorry. Would you be comfortable just confirming for folks that at this point, the last day of school is June 26th?
I thought it was June 26th, and our students said June 25th, but I don't know, I don't know absolutely, I just don't know it offhand.
Okay.
I don't want to say the wrong date.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also heard the 26th earlier today.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, so she said a different date.
Okay.
I think it's the 26th.
What does Hal think?
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, I just want to, yeah.
Any other report?
Sorry, Hal confirmed 26th. Jesse said I should say it into the mic, which is right. Hal, you need to come to form of meetings.
Okay, so we have a very packed agenda, folks. We're going to move on to public comment, just so that everyone's aware. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We listen to all the public comment. We read all the emails that we get. We don't respond to public comment, so don't think that we're not taking in what you're saying. It's just our policy that we don't respond. And as always, if I make a mistake with your name, my apologies in advance. First up, we have Carrie Goldberg, who I saw here in person.
Thank you, Val. Is the mic good? Yeah,
good.
great, great. So I'd like to speak about WISP. I thought it might be appropriate to zoom way out to the big historical picture, because what we're witnessing right now in the public reaction to deleveling is a phenomenon that only occurs about once in a generation in Brookline, when a large group of parents and students rise up and they say just no, no. The last time it happened is described in this 1994 book, which I can get a copy for anyone who wants it, in a chapter titled The Battle of Brookline. It describes a huge, ugly fight that stemmed from a 1989 decision by the BHS Social Studies Department to cancel a legendary course, a really rigorous AP course taught by the only conservative member of the 18-member department. And it was because it focused on European history. So parents formed a group called the Committee for Quality Education. It was Brookline, so they got support from celebrated Harvard history professors and a Nobel laureate in physics, and it was a whole hullabaloo. But what it was basically about was Brookline families saying, we don't want politics or ideology to get in the way of our high standards for the education of our children. And it was Brookline, so they were basically all liberal or progressive, but they wanted challenge for their children who would benefit from it. Fast forward to 2024, and very similar concerns prompted the creation of Learning First Brookline in response to the plan to de-level ninth grade and especially English. When most of the parents I know heard that plan, the response tended to be something like, are you kidding me? Eliminating honors courses in Brookline? opposition to de-leveling seemed to be the deciding factor in the last 2 school committee elections and likely will be this year as well. In other words, as I see it, BHS has fallen out of sync with the community. And it seems to have dug in on its position to the point that I'm speaking to you instead of current parents because some tell me they're afraid of repercussions if they cross the school leadership on this. I know that's not an atmosphere the school wants, but the message from BHS, including in its recent FAQ about WISP, has seemed to be, we don't want to assess WISP, we want to defend it. I'm not speaking here, to be clear, on behalf of Learning First Brookline, but here's what they're saying. 1, you already have enough information to conclude that a separate honors course for 9th grade social studies should be offered this fall. And 2, WISP may work well for many students, fine, but not for all students. So please just give students a choice, just like they have in required courses. To quote the concerned parent of an 8th grader, it is simply not true that to enable some, you must hold back others. This is a fundamental misconception of equity. It is also not proven that kids who struggle academically benefit from de-leveling. Judging by what Newton teachers say, it tends to work poorly for students of all levels. And my final point, I just have one more thing to say. There seems to be some concern that the school committee is overstepping here. I could not disagree more. We in the community elect the school committee to do exactly this, to defend our excellent school system and our values. When, for whatever reason, a school falls out of sync with those values, it is the committee's right and its obligation to intervene. And by the way, at the end of the chapter in this book, the course gets reinstated. Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Schuster, followed by Justin Brown.
Short. Good evening. My name is Sarah Schuster, and I teach 9th and 10th grade social studies at the high school. I wanted to share my perspective as a classroom teacher who has taught 9th grade social studies at BHS for the past 10 years in order to provide more insight into WISP and help clarify how the program serves our students. When I first began teaching at BHS, 9th grade social studies was divided into 2 courses, World History Honors and World History Standard. I have taught both. At that time, approximately 70% of 9th graders were enrolled in honors. In order to accommodate such a wide range of learners within a single honors course, the curriculum became significantly diluted. It was no longer truly an honors level experience and did not adequately challenge our highest achieving students. The remaining 30% of students were enrolled in standard. These students were disproportionately students of color and students with disabilities. This structure created its own set of challenges and resulted in an experience that was also academically limiting and socially isolating. WISP was intentionally designed to address these problems. Rather than separating students into 2 tracks, WISP uses a single shared curriculum with multiple points of access. Readings are more challenging and more carefully scaffolded, and projects are designed with a low floor and high ceiling so all students can engage meaningfully with the same core content while still being challenged. This structure allows teachers to maintain high academic standards without watering down the curriculum or isolating students into separate courses. Fast forward to today, I have taught WISP for the past 7 years, and I can confidently say that it is a far more meaningful and effective learning experience than our previous model. WISP allows us to hold all students to high expectations while providing the support needed to meet a wide range of learning needs. I now see students of all abilities and backgrounds engaging in work that is rigorous and appropriately challenging for them. Moving forward, I encourage the school committee to continue using the established process that allows for thoughtful, data-driven, and collaborative decision-making regarding WISP and other course offerings. Maintaining these structures will ensure that any future proposals are informed by classroom experience, teacher expertise, student outcomes, and the needs of our diverse student body. WISP has created classrooms where high expectations and inclusivity coexist, and I hope any future discussions continue to preserve and build upon the progress we have made. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Brown, followed by Stephanie Poon.
Good evening, members of the school committee. I'm Justin Brown, president of the BEU, former 4th grade teacher from Lawrence. I'm here to deliver some comments on behalf of the BEU's executive board. The BEU executive board issues the following statement regarding recent school committee actions. We are alarmed at a recent proposal supported by Brookline School Committee members that, if adopted, would mark a dramatic and significant departure in practice, top-down directives regarding BHS course offerings. First, there is a robust process in place for the development of new courses. Importantly, this process is educator-driven from the bottom up, which ensures that those educators closest to the classroom have a strong voice in the process. This process is also expansive in time and effort. It includes research, site visits, professional development, piloting new ideas, and finding time to provide and process feedback. Our schools, including the high school, have enjoyed robust protection and advocacy for teacher innovation and creativity from school leadership, which has contributed in no small part to PSB's reputation for excellence. This model is the opposite of what was recently proposed, an 11th hour top-down directive which ensures no buy-in and no ability to invest time and effort. Second, top-down directives regarding course development will lead to consternation and escalated costs. As pointed out in a recent meeting, there is an important distinction between the committee's role in approving course selections and directing staff to introduce particular offerings. This is costly not only because of the legwork needed to introduce new courses, research, professional learning, piloting, etc., but because the union will assert our right to bargain the impact of these changes in working conditions associated with such directives. Lastly, at a time when we three major stakeholders, union educators, PSB administration, and the school committee have a shared goal in winning the strongest possible override in just a couple of months, this move seems less like all rowing in the same direction and more like a distracting turf battle with hardworking educators. There is a process in place that has worked well in the past and will serve you well in whatever comes next. Please use it. No more internal meddling when bold, outward-facing leadership to secure a robust and fully funded school system is needed. Thank you.
Stephanie, followed by Britt Stevens.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie McAllister-Poon. I'm a social studies teacher at the high school. I'm here to speak about WISP, why I believe it's an incredibly effective course, the process by which it came into existence, and why that process makes sense. I've been teaching at BHS for 30 years, and each of those years I have taught 9th grade world history. I have a pretty good sense of 9th graders at this point, what motivates them, how they learn, and what works in terms of class activities and curriculum. And the bottom line is, WISP works. It is a course about big questions, the big questions of social studies, like who has power, what are the consequences of challenging authority, and what makes some groups wealthy. It is a course that asks students to read, think, write, and speak, and pushes them to explore their own learning. The course is designed to introduce all students to the skills and habits of historians, close reading of primary sources, analysis, historical writing, as well as the practice of public speaking, working in teams, and doing research. The majority of my students, year after year, have shared that the work in the course has felt challenging, but they were prepared for the challenge. It is also a course that was created to solve a problem. The problem was that our old tracked world history offerings created sometimes arbitrary divisions between students that remained fixed over their high school careers. It created standard classrooms that were easy to identify because of the preponderance of kids of color and students on IEPs. It told some of our students from their very first day of high school that they were standard. And that label conferred upon them a sense of inferiority that was challenging to overcome. We created WISP to give all students arriving at BHS a chance to see what they were capable of before we told them their limits. We created WISC because our goal is to prepare every student to contribute to the large, diverse society we live in, to participate in democracy thoughtfully by asking big questions, and to engage with others who are not like them in meaningful ways. The process of creating WISP was long, thorough, and thoughtful. I have participated in the creation of several new courses at the high school, and there are certain similarities in the ways that those courses, from the Good Citizen and the Good Society, to our senior capstone EPIC, to WISP, were created. In each of those instances, educators identified a need based on their extensive work with students. Educators articulated the goal for the new courses. Central administration provided time and money for individuals and groups to work together to develop the curriculum. Folks did research, got training, and then presented those courses for approval to the school committee. That system has worked well because the basic starting point is with teachers who are deeply invested in the meaningful education of all students. Good courses take time and resources to create. Intentional curriculum design yields successful courses, and passionate, knowledgeable, and experienced educators are the powerful engines behind those courses. And WISP is one of them. Thank you.
Britt, followed by Brianna Brown.
My name is Brett Stevens. I'm a parent in the district, a BHS educator, and a curriculum coordinator. I'm speaking tonight because I was asked to attend the February 5th meeting to answer questions about new course proposals in my department. What happened that night, however, was not about our new course proposals at all. Instead, I sat muted while the committee discussed adding an honors section of a social studies course that was passed 7 years ago. And more puzzling, there was no proposal from any district educator to propose an honors level of this course, and the department's coordinator at the time was out on a medical leave. I don't care personally about whether we have a social studies course that's honors at 9th grade. What's another honors course at Brookline High? We have many. I care a lot about my time not being wasted. The whole thing was inefficient at a time when we can't afford inefficiency. How we spend our time matters. As a coordinator, I spend my time in 3 big areas: budget, hiring, and supervision and evaluation. If you want to help students, and they are the constituency which we most represent, here are some practical things that we could use help with. 1, budget. We've lived in budget uncertainty for all the years I've been a coordinator. First, we cut 10 FTE from the high school. Then we act surprised when class size go up, so we restore 8. Then the next year, we cut 10 FTE again. There's a lot that goes on when that level of resource changes, including our work to try and shield students from that cost as much as possible. Please use your capacity and your time to support the superintendent in securing the funding that we need to run our school district. That is work that you can do as a body. 2, hiring. I'm really grateful for all the time you spend on the school committee and that you brought us a superintendent with experience and commitment to this district. We're fortunate that that happened. Some of the questions that were raised about WISP are a direct result of the fact that we have a large amount of turnover in this district. Your responsibility is to create the conditions where people stay. Bob, I think you taught me the most important thing we do is put the right people on the bus. We have to keep the right people on the bus. So let's remember, you publicly, me publicly, how we behave and respect each other is a representation of if we can keep the right people here, families and educators. And supervision. Coordinators are accountable for curriculum. We're in the classrooms, we coach the teachers, we stand behind the courses that we propose. That's our lane. I don't need your help coming up with ideas for courses. Our district and school leaders know I have a lot of ideas for courses. We just want to make sure that we can have the courses that are right for our students. Our committed social studies teachers don't deserve to be disrespected. What we need is to make sure that if there are credible concerns about the level of rigor at Brookline High, and families need more from us, that you work in your lane, which is with the superintendent, to share that feedback with us and do the work to make sure that Brookline High is serving students the way that they deserve. Thank you.
Brianna, followed by Josh Paris.
Good evening. I'm the curriculum coordinator of science at the high school. The proposed vote to mandate a change in 9th grade social studies course offerings at the high school implies that there is a lack of trust in the professional expertise and judgment of the teachers and the curriculum coordinator involved. I'm so glad that Steph talked before me because you can see that the faculty members who developed the curriculum for WISP have decades of experience. To override their judgment would be to dismiss their collective body of knowledge of adolescent development and the pedagogy best suited to teach their subject. A little bit more broadly, whether it's reality or not, the perception that the school committee is moving towards mandating curricular offerings is troubling. To me personally, that would mean that you see us as employees, not professionals, that we are here just to do the job that you tell us to do, and that is demoralizing. Teaching is so much more than a job. It is both fulfilling and exhausting, on intellectual and emotional levels. We care deeply about the well-being of our students. We are responsible for helping students to learn academic and content and skills, of course. We're also responsible for helping them to manage their mental health and develop social skills that will help them navigate life after high school. Every decision that we make is based on what we believe will result in the best academic and emotional outcomes for students. I thank you all for your service to our schools, and I urge you to send a message to the educators of this district that you trust us to do our work. Thank you.
Josh, followed by Lizzie Buell.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, school committee. My name is Josh Parris. I'm the math department coordinator for Brookline High School, and I have been so for the past 17 years. I'm going to read a slightly abridged letter that we sent to the school committee earlier this week. Dear members of the school committee, we write as curriculum coordinators regarding Thursday's proposed vote on WISP. While the immediate issue involves a single course, the implications extend well beyond it. This moment raises a fundamental question about governance, professional trust, and how curriculum decisions are made in our district. What we are calling into question is the idea of mandating a structural change without a full evidentiary picture, without the benefit of comprehensive data, fiscal analysis, and the established curriculum review process. What you hear in public comment, in informal conversations, and in emails is one perspective. Our responsibility is to gather the broader instructional, longitudinal, and systematic perspective that completes that picture. Our district has long relied on a clear and effective structure. Curriculum coordinators and teachers research, design, pilot, analyze data, and bring forward recommendations. The school committee sets policy, ensures accountability, and grants approval. That partnership works because each group honors the expertise of the other. When elected officials begin prescribing specific instructional structures outside of that established process, the lines that protect both sound governance and sound instruction begin to blur. In this specific case, the course in question was developed through significant research, collaboration, and professional investment, as you've heard from other teachers earlier this evening. It has already gone through formal approval, and there is a clear and robust plan underway for comprehensive analysis, including longitudinal data that will be available this spring. The work is not being avoided, it is actively in progress through the very structures designed to ensure quality and accountability. It would be irresponsible to vote on a structural mandate that would require educators to design and deliver a new version of a course without clearly defined goals, an articulated model, allocated developmental time, or identified resources to create the new course. That is not how high-quality curriculum is built in this district. Our students deserve courses grounded in purpose, structure, and evidence, not ones assembled quickly without the needed support and vision to create a robust educational experience for our students. We are not asking for blind trust. We are asking for professional trust. The trust that when educators engage in careful study, gather data, and commit to continuous improvement, that work will be respected and allowed to conclude before votes are made. If courses developed through years of research and approved through formal processes can be hastily altered by directive, it signals to every educator in the district that the process itself is fragile. That message will shape how boldly teachers innovate and whether they believe their professional judgment is truly valued. Top-down curricular mandates, particularly in the absence of completed data, fiscal planning, or development time, risk undermining both quality and morale. I'm almost done. We want a school committee that partners with educators, trusts professional expertise, and uses the established curriculum process to evaluate and refine courses. We are eager to collaborate. We are not resistant to change, but meaningful improvement requires evidence, deliberation, and mutual respect. We respectfully ask that any future curricular changes proceed through the established process. Moving thoughtfully is not avoiding action. It is ensuring that action is worthy of our students, educators, and our community. Our educators love their work and their students.
Wrap it up, Josh. Thank you.
Yep, last sentence. They deserve a governance structure that honors that commitment and a process that protects the quality of our community, that our community expects. Thank you.
It's Lizzie, followed by Christian.
Lizzie, you should be able to turn on your mic and camera now.
Okay, great, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lizzie Buell, and I am in my 12th year teaching social studies at BHS. I would like to speak to my experience with the WISP course, which I am in my second year of teaching. I would like to point out that WISP is rigorous. On average, we collect at least 25 assignments per quarter, many of which are differentiated to meet students where they're at. The mid-year exam consists of 50 multiple choice questions and 5 primary source analysis open response questions on monotheistic religions. Students write essays on Japan as a feudal military state, Hinduism as a culturally embedded and religion, African trade empires of the 13th and 14th centuries, and a research paper on a topic of their choosing. Even our more advanced students arrive in high school in need of social studies specific skills, how to properly cite information and abide by academic integrity policy, how to organize information into 2-column notes, how to write nuanced thesis statements and support their claims, and even how to maintain an organized Google folder. WISP is the supportive landing place that allows all students to gather these skills, take risks, and launch forward. And since I also teach 11th grade US history, I see the effects of this excellent course downstream. Beyond WISP, our students are leveled, and this stratification affects their perception of their own intelligence, and of course, who they form relationships with. I think it is incredibly important that they have the opportunity to learn in an unleveled environment for one core academic class in their 4 years at BHS. It is a really good thing for students, especially 9th graders, to learn in a heterogeneous environment. Along with learning about our ancient world, they are also learning to be tolerant, kind, and funny without being offensive. They are learning how to meet and work alongside someone new. Simply put, they are learning how to act in community, which is especially important in our current digital age. They may be surprised by a new friendship or the dismantling of a preconceived notion. We give a lot of lip service to those concepts in Brookline. WISP classrooms are where they are actually realized. I would be disheartened with this district if this one opportunity at the high school goes away. We all share the same goal, providing the strongest possible educational experience for every student in Brookline. If changes are made to WISP, I hope they are made within structures that ensure thoughtful, data-driven, and collaborative decision-making. Thank you all so much.
Christian, followed by Megan.
A little bit taller. Good evening. My name is Christian Weiss, and I am one of the 9th grade teachers at Brookline High School. I would like to build on what my colleagues have shared this evening and address the school committee directly regarding its role and responsibilities in this process. The Commonwealth's Advisory of School Governance states under educational goals and policies, management and leadership, that, quote, an effective school committee solicits information and recommendations from the superintendent before establishing policy. After reviewing and discussing this information, it is the school committee's duty to make the best decision possible based on the information available. That governance structure exists for a reason in the Commonwealth. In our district, curriculum development is led by educators and curriculum coordinators who dedicate sustained time to researching, designing, piloting, and refining courses. That work is then presented to the school committee for approval. This process ensures that curricular decisions are thoughtful, collaborative, research-based, and centered on student learning. When the structure is bypassed, it sets a concerning precedent about the curricular decisions made in our district. As someone who had never taught a D-level course prior to coming to PSB, I approached WISP with curiosity. I wanted to understand how WISP would truly serve students and its access points. Through both classroom experiences and student feedback, I can confidently say that WISP is working. I see students collaborating meaningfully, engaging with complex historical content, and developing skills alongside peers across their grade level. Barriers to access that often exist in traditionally leveled systems are reduced. WISP aligns directly with the district's strategic plan and its commitment to fostering a supportive and inclusive learning environment. The course was not created casually. It was developed thoughtfully by practitioners who know our students and who are committed to high expectations for all learners. So I asked the school committee to do the following. 1, honor the established process for curriculum development in this district. 2, trust educators and curriculum leaders to design and refine courses using professional expertise. 3, make decisions grounded in data and stakeholder collaboration. And lastly, 4, preserve the distinction between approving curriculum and requiring specific curricular changes. We all share the same goal, providing the strongest possible educational experience for every student in Brookline. The best way to do this work is to work within the structures to ensure that thoughtful, data-driven, and collaborative decision-making are enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Megan, followed by Jen Bargal, who I think is by Zoom. Is that right, Betsy?
Hi, I'm Megan Jong. I'm a 9th grade WISP teacher and EL social studies teacher at Brookline High School. I'm here to share a story about my WISP classroom and what it teaches us about why, in Steph's words, WISP is a course that works. On the last Friday of last school year, students in my 3 WISP classes stood in circles facing each other. Speaking in turn, they tossed a ball of yarn around the circle as they each responded to questions like, what is something that you're proud of accomplishing this year? What is one important thing that you've learned in class? Who is someone in this room who you are grateful for? As the yarn passed between hands, students held onto their pieces of the thread until the entire room was an interlaced spiderweb of connections, learnings, and celebrations of growth. The answers that the soon-to-be sophomores offered reflected growth across all the academic metrics that we measure. But what stood out to me the most was that time and time again, students spoke about how much they cherished the class community and their bonds with their peers. WISP classrooms are places where students connect with each other across lines of residency, race, ethnicity, socioeconomic class, gender, and so much more. As other social studies educators have already spoken and written about, WISP is the only core content classroom in our 9th grade curriculum where students have the opportunity to connect with their peers without being separated by a perceived academic bias. This heterogeneity is uniquely beneficial for students, regardless of their identities and academic profiles. The examples are endless. Students of all levels benefit from deeper attention to academic scaffolds, they collaborate with each other in incredible ways, and they share their lived experiences that invite curiosity and engagement from peers of all backgrounds. When I think of my WISP classes now and last year, the most pertinent word that comes to mind is community. I know that community does not only happen in heterogeneous classes, but I would argue that these classes are places where the environment directly fosters that sort of connection and curiosity. They do that by communicating the message that every student can and should succeed, that you're on a level playing field being prepared with skills to take throughout the rest of your high school career. Each day when I teach at BHS, threads of each of those balls of yarn that my students passed around the room in June hang from my staff lanyard and on the doorknob of my WISP classroom as reminders of what I believe to be truly worthwhile and important about a history education. The connections, lessons, and growth that we achieve from not just reading words on a page and writing from our own points of view, but from the people around us when we open our eyes to the world in community with others. In discussions of the 9th grade social studies course and all curricular matters at the high school, I urge the school committee to consult with and trust in the teachers and administrators who are deeply invested in the education of our students and their whole selves, both as learners who are developing academic skills and also as young people who are learning to be in community with others. I hope that moving forward, the school committee ensures transparency by working within the established processes of our town's governing bodies in order to open dialogue about and enact change within our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Jen, followed by Gia Hagerdorn.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jen Barragal, and I'm in my 9th year as a social studies teacher at the high school, currently teaching American Studies, which is a mixed honors standard level course, and AP United States History. I was also a member of the team of teachers that helped design and implement World History, Identity, Status, and Power. I'd like to offer my perspective, having taught nearly 400 9th grade WISP students over the past 6 years. WISP offers a shared common experience for our 9th grade students, rooted in research-based studies on heterogeneous learning. Students grapple with appropriately challenging, cognitively rigorous assignments. They analyze, synthesize, and evaluate complex primary and secondary sources, including excerpts from such demanding texts as Murasaki Shikibu's The Pillow Book, Ibn Battuta's journals, and John Locke's Second Treatise of Government. Most notable are the sophisticated research topics and questions students explore. Students have studied the politics of Rococo art, misrepresentations of Empress Wu, the flaws of Emperor Nero's reign, and a historiographic consideration of when the Middle Ages ended. The final two topics I just listed were written in 9th grade WISP by two current AP United States History 11th grade students who are, in the words of our kids, crushing it. Other WISP students reflected on their 9th grade experience as follows. I got so much better at writing research papers and papers in general. And I was surprised at how comfortable I had become with asking for help and reaching out because I used to be so against it. And I feel like I really am now able to analyze the past and find deeper meaning. Clearly, students emerge from WISP as more confident, independent, and highly motivated learners, well equipped to be successful in all of their social studies courses and beyond. And I see this every day as I teach 11th grade students at every single level, standard, honors, and AP. As my colleagues have already stated, the Social Studies WISP team underwent an intentional, multi-year process, taking time to research best practices, conduct site visits, and thoughtfully craft curriculum. Wherever the process goes from here, I urge the school committee not to establish a precedent that it can unilaterally determine what courses should or should not be taught in the public schools of Brookline. Such a precedent would deviate from the prescribed role of the school committee, devalue the judgment and professional expertise of Brookline educators, and do a disservice to our students. Thank you very much.
We have Gia followed by Elliot Wayne. I think Gia's online, yeah. Okay.
Hello. My name is Gia Hagedorn, and I teach 9th grade WISP and mixed level 12th grade psychology at Brookline High School. I'm in my 9th year teaching and my 2nd year at Brookline. I wanted to speak a bit regarding the issue of 9th grade course options from the perspective of someone who has taught in multiple educational contexts over the course of my career so far. Many of my colleagues have already spoken to the social benefits of WISP as a D-leveled course. I echo those thoughts as well, but I also wanted to point out the academic benefits, at least anecdotally, of WISP as a D-leveled course. As I mentioned, I've taught both leveled and D-leveled courses in multiple districts. In my experience, the students in classes that are heterogeneously grouped and or D-leveled participate freely and often in class discussions. They have effective collaboration skills, and they're often driven by curiosity, interest, or other motivations than simply their grade or the honors label. One of the narratives that's been brought up is that WISP is not enriching enough for students, particularly high-achieving students. Participation, collaboration, and curiosity contribute to an enriched classroom experience for all students. Not only are students in D-level courses like WISP afforded social opportunities they otherwise might not have, as my colleagues have pointed out, but lower achieving students are bringing their equally as valuable and enriching backgrounds, perspectives, and voices to the table as well. This means that students of all academic abilities are hearing, incorporating, and evaluating other voices and perspectives to which they may not have otherwise had access. This is the definition of enriched learning, in my view. Not only that, it is a reflection of the world that all of our students will step into after graduation. In sum, I echo the goal that my colleagues lay out, and I believe we all share, providing the strongest, most enriching possible educational experience for every student in Brookline. The best way to do this is to work within the structures that ensure thoughtful, data-driven, and collaborative decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elliot Wayne. Is Elliot here? Online? Online, no? Okay. If not, that concludes public comment, and we'll move on to our 9th grade social studies presentation. Anthony and Jen, is that who all right. Hal gets a pass on this?
So as our presenters are getting ready, welcoming Anthony Meyer, our principal of the high school, and Jen Martin, our coordinator of the history department. Yes, and so I also wanted to just sort of frame the conversation that we're about to have. It should be no surprise to anyone that between meetings, we do a lot of talking with one another. And so actually prior to the last meeting and prior to this meeting, there have been a lot of discussions among us between district leadership with Robin Benoit also with Jen Martin and Anthony about WISP. And it's because a lot of questions have come from the community, have come from the members of the school committee. And so in terms of being responsive, we have talked about, the concerns that have been raised. And so I just wanted to say that there have been we've talked a lot about WISP and with members of the school committee. And I feel it's important to preface the presentation that we've thought a lot about, again, what the community has brought forth. And also we've heard tonight a lot from the interest and from the faculty there in the department and at the high school. And so we really do want to be responsive to what we've heard. And so we've talked about the department working on responding to things that have come up for the community. And so there are some plans this summer to do some work and to bring course options possibly to the school committee for their consideration in the fall. So I just thought it was important to just so that we can really appreciate the presentation that's coming and also the FAQs that have been drafted, that we are intending to be responsive. All right, so thank you to both of you.
Thank you, Superintendent Wong. Completely agree that this is an important opportunity to have a conversation about WISP. I'm going to start with a couple short pieces that one is definitely not related, one will seem unrelated. We had the pleasure of hosting Congressman Auchincloss today at Brookline High School. He came to speak to 5 social studies classes. We had a very full, maybe beyond fire codes, MLK room with kids engaging with our congressman. A really neat experience. So just deep thanks to the social studies department. The opportunity came up over break. I worked with Jen, and Jen very quickly in her department jumped on that. And that is so much what our social studies department is about. I'd also just like to speak to public comment. Carrie, I'm sorry I missed yours. I heard the others. I think one thing I would say, I always respect anyone who is bringing public comment. Neither Jen nor I went and sought public comment, and we respect our faculty members, our staff, our community members, our parents for offering their voices. What I sometimes say, and never mean it in a patronizing way, when I have a frustrated parent with me, with the school, I want to seize on the energy of that frustration, that is in fact a good thing. If people care deeply about WISP, our parents, our students, our colleagues, our staff members, that is good energy to mobilize. I also think it's important for me to share that I was deeply supportive of WISP and of educators engaging in that work to consider our 9th grade offering. And so I supported it philosophically, I supported it financially. And I think what you will hear from Jen and from me, and what Bella stated so eloquently earlier, we are open to feedback. We are open to making changes to our 9th grade courses, and we want to trust our educators to lead that work, obviously with the support of the excellent Jen Martin and of me. And so you will hear about the genesis of WISP. We understand you all have reviewed the FAQ that Jen and her team put together, but given the amount of misinformation that has been out over the last several months, I think it's important for us to just share publicly more about WISP. And then I think we also want to be attentive to a request to learn about some of the different leveling structures we have and some of the ways that we could be considering thinking about WISP. So I think I'm going to shift it over to Jen, not running out of the room, and we'll answer questions. I think we have a relatively short presentation with the idea that it's really important to have some back and forth. So thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Martin. I'm so happy to see you all. I know all of you individually. I have taught some of your children. I speak to you often. Bella is absolutely accurate. I'm in contact with many of you about many things, WISP being one of them. And I am really, really excited to be here tonight. I am a social studies teacher. I think you just saw give social studies teachers a thing to talk about, and they will. They love civic engagement, and so do I. And I love that they came. I just want to thank all of the teachers who came. As Anthony said, I heard all of these for the first time tonight myself, and it's good for me to hear from the teachers. I obviously talk to them a lot more. It's rare, I think, to hear from so many in a row for you all to like get access to educators in that way, but I'm happy for that because I think usually these kinds of presentations appropriately are done by someone like me, and you don't necessarily get all of the stories, for example, and the real on-the-ground effort. I've taught ninth graders for 10 years of my 20 years at BHS, not WISP, but I do know how they are. So the other thing I think that I want to say, first of all, for everybody who's watching too, there's been mention of this FAQ. I purposefully didn't want to like reiterate this 9-page document that I made. I feel like I have done a little bit of presenting last year. I've kind of pulled together a bunch of stuff, the most commonly asked questions. I sent it to you. That's kind of the perspective of the department, myself. And for community members, it's accessible to you. So I just want to say there's a lot more information than what I'm going to give tonight, but it was billed as a discussion, so what I don't want is to spend 30 minutes just repeating things that you could read. So that's what we tell our kids, that's what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna try to be efficient. And then lastly, I just would be remiss not to say that I know what's next on your agenda tonight. And I think social studies is like the most important subject. I think we are, well beyond English. And we're the best department with the best teacher. So like for me to have the limelight to celebrate that, trust me, I could take the whole night. But I don't envy your position. You're about to talk about the budget. We're facing really troubling numbers. And so I'm also like very hyper aware of the fact that we're talking about what might feel like a niche subject in the context of that larger thing. It's still an important one. So I'm going to try to be efficient. Let's have a good discussion. And I'm wishing you guys luck tonight as you hear whatever you end up hearing.
Can I just say one thing before you start?
Yes, of course.
Anybody who's listening to us, the FAQs are posted online. So if you are just tuning in, you can look at that document online.
The way I learned that is by people saying, I loved your FAQ. And I was like, how did you see it? So that's how I know it's actually out there. Okay, so here we go. I think it's probably, I don't know. Let's try it. And then if I give up, I'll hand it over. Okay, great. Some of you probably don't even know what this class, like why do we call it WISP? It stands for World History, Identity, Status, and Power. I'm just going to say it launched in 2019. 2020, nothing big happened that year except for the launch of WISP and a global pandemic. And it was the first time we had a class that was what we refer to as the universal entry point for all incoming ninth graders in social studies. And it offers this differentiated levels. Honestly, I'm sort of happy you got to hear a bunch of different perspectives. I don't need to belabor the point you heard from teachers who are talking about the course. One of the reasons we created the course, this I can say from experience having taught the old course in both levels, you'll be surprised to learn that freshmen are not often, some are, not all of them are that excited about pre-modern world history. They do not see the relevance to their lives, and we try our best. But the Pillow Book, for example, not speaking a lot to kids unless you give it good context. So one of the unique aspects of this course is that it's all around enduring questions that are about things that kids can relate to, which wasn't the way the old course was designed. So that's our second bullet here. And then I would be remiss not to say something that I think a few of you have mentioned. But the class itself is about identity, status, power, kind of thinking about putting together a classroom full of kids who are all different so they can have a robust discussion about those tricky topics that actually relate to things like leveling sometimes. So, that was also part of it, like how can we get kids talking to each other and get a really good social studies kind of convo going. So, it was designed to do many things. I'm going to remind everybody, I have a very robust list of all this research that I did on behalf of the social studies department on your behalf so you could learn exactly why was the course created. I have a really long list. It's in the FAQ. I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. Actually, really just the big one. We've got a lot of 8th grades, a lot of schools. And the old way, and how it's done in many departments, is that middle school teachers speak with students and they make a determination about whether you're going to be an honors kid or a standard kid. That's the way it worked forever. And sometimes it worked out great, and sometimes it didn't. What I can tell you is that in 2017, 2018, social studies teachers came together with middle school teachers. So this is actually a joint effort. I know we're spending a lot of time talking about all the high school teachers who did this. We actually have representation tonight of a teacher who was involved in this in the 8th grade level. But those teachers were kind of saying, why would I choose for a kid for the next 4 years what their level is going to be? You might say it's not for 4 years, but the data told us. We did a pretty deep data analysis, I remember these department meetings, in which we saw that actually once a kid was on a certain track, they stay on the track. That's also nationally known. It's not unique to Brookline, I should say. So we wanted to try something new. 70% of our students were already in the honors course. The big misnomer that I keep hearing over and over again, and I think this is going to be challenging maybe to hear. I think people think what we did was we took this course, made a whole new course, and we took a bunch of things, we kind of watered it down so everyone could access it. That's simply not true. What we did was we did change it to a thematic course. We took what we were using in honors and we're giving it to the kids in WISP. But as we say in the biz, we lower the floor, high ceiling, low floor. We give them a lot of ways to, ooh, excuse me. I just knocked it. This is gonna be like a rock and roll concert, actually. Essentially what we're saying is, okay, this is a really tough primary source, okay? Really hard. We would give this to any of our 9H kids in the past. How can we help a kid who maybe is overwhelmed by that? Well, let's break it up into a few pieces. It's the same source, it's the exact same words, it's literally just using different strategies to make sure all different kids can kind of enter into it, and also asking questions that allow kids who want to go really far with it to go really far with it, and some kids to sort of say, like, this is the best, I understand the main point of it. It just depends on the day and on the source, but when people are like, we need to give them more, I would just say mostly what we're doing is giving them our 9H curriculum. That's what the materials are. Put in a different order, obviously. And then finally, I would just say that for us, we do believe that the Shared Foundation opens the pathway genuinely. That it actually means that by this time, actually, you all, our teachers are sitting down with our freshmen right now to say, so what do you want to take next year? This is happening right now. It's in the next 2 weeks. It's just a different conversation because it's with a teacher who teaches those levels. You heard Jen BG say, I teach A-Push. And when I talk to a freshman, I know what they need in order to do that. So rather than take a guess at it in 8th grade, we're saying, like, we've given you all the skills and we're going to give you some advice. And of course, families have the right to choose what they want for their kids. So we support that as well. But we do think that it's working in that way. We hope it is. I should say, we're waiting to find out, is it really working? So this, I'm not going to belabor it. I'm just going to say, you heard it. This was not something we just woke up one spring day and said, like, let's try it. We'll see what happens. It took 2 years, took a lot of money, actually. Site visits to all kinds of schools, some that you will recognize up there. We had to align it with state standards. It was very, very robust. I would argue in my 20 years here, I've actually never seen a course go through such a robust process because it was a core course for all 500 freshmen. So it couldn't just be like this will be fun and if you elect to take it. It's like everybody has to take it. So we really put a lot of time into it, a lot of research. I think this has already been clarified, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page because I watched the meeting. It was approved unanimously by people like you. Some of you are even the people at the school committee meeting. In fact, if you watch the video, you would see Steph McAllister subbed in for Gary Schiffman that night. I got to see her. She heard herself me listening to her do this in 2018, just a few days ago as I was rewatching. And it was never a pilot. It was never referred to as a pilot. It was understood to be the new class. So I just want to clarify that. And then it's been launched, and we continue to change it as we do all of our courses. So here's the deal. Data. You heard every teacher being like data-driven, and I know you all are like, where's the data? So listen, I love data. I want data. I'm going to talk about data. Here's the thing that I'm going to say to you right now. I don't have any data that proves definitively that WISP is a terrible experience or that it is the best experience and has solved educational inequity as we know it. By the way, if that's what I find, I think Bob and I were joking about this the other day, I will retire because I will have the solution to one of the greatest problems facing education today. So you might say, well, so then what are we doing right now? Here's what I do know. I really want to actually analyze the class. We have this really unique opportunity because it was created. We've now run it long enough. We couldn't right away doing it right after COVID was going to give us some weird data. Okay. Then we had a few stumbling blocks. I won't belabor it. Read the FAQ. We're now to the point, finally, where we're about to do a major analysis. And I would even posit, I don't know of another course that is going to undergo this kind of analysis. So the data we have, however, because I was asked to come to a curricular subcommittee meeting last year, I pulled some data that, it's not what I would have loved to have, like cross-section data. I'll tell you a little of what we're going to be collecting. What I do know is that it's neutral to positive is the way I'm describing it, meaning our AP enrollment is up by hundreds of students. I don't know if it's because we offered WISP. I'm not making that claim. I want to be 100% clear. Our AP scores seem to be up, although we just did a quick we're pulling for this bigger data analysis. We looked at APUSH just because it's one of our hardest APs. We see those scores are a little bit higher, more kids are taking it. And I should say, the one thing we do have data on is this is the most surveyed course of any course in the social studies department. Every year it has been offered. We survey the kids at the mid-year and at the final. I know some of you are like, great, show us everything. Just so you're clear, we're not always surveying kids so that we can present to school committee. We're like trying to find out, how is this class for you in this moment? Some of it relates to what you want to know, and a lot of it relates to like things the teacher needs to know just to have a class that is functioning. So I shared some of the more relevant ones like homework load, how many kids are saying this is a poor experience. Honestly, it's better than the data for my own class that I teach, so I feel badly about that for my own students, but for WISP students, that's pretty good. It's kids are reporting pretty positive experiences. My final point, I'm actually just going to skip it because I'm going to talk more about it in the next one. So here's the deal. We already wanted the data. So the other thing I think I want to say here now is I absolutely am aware that there are people in the community, that there are students who are like, what's going on with that WISP course? That's not why I'm seeking data, to be clear. I don't want to make that sound like I'm not responsive. I just mean we've asked for the data for the past 7 years. We, the social studies teachers, also want this information. And I've said this many times. There's lots of reasons why it's taken a while. That being said, I'm excited that the two are coming together, and there's a convergence now where there are community members, school committee members, and teachers who are all seeking the same information. And so I'm excited for that. We finally have a partnership with a company called Open Architects. I don't want to get too technical, but what I want to tell you is I don't think you can understand the difference between having this comprehensive dashboard versus Excel spreadsheets that you're making charts with. We are collecting nearly a decade's worth of data. We want to be able to trace a specific student by using their student ID number and find out what happened freshman year, then what happened sophomore year, all the way to their senior year. We want to know what is all of their demographic data. We don't want to just find out like, so are more 10th graders doing X, Y, and Z? We really want to know who is it helping? How is it doing the things? Is it doing our goals? How much do we care about that? And we want to tell you what we find out. So one of the things on this slide is very clear. I just want to say I absolutely will present the full findings in the fall. I got confirmation about 2 weeks ago from Matt Dubois that Open Architects is ready for the dashboard to be prepared. It takes months to prepare it. I don't know why. I'm not a person who does that work. They finally will have it ready for me mid-March, so just in a few weeks here. Then the last thing I want you to know is, thank you so much. How could you tell that I needed it? Okay, we're nearly done, everybody. But you're gonna love the next slide, don't worry. What are we working on right now? Here's what we're doing. We meet every 2 weeks. This team of teachers who you saw online, that you see sitting in front of you, meet every 2 weeks, and they're constantly talking about what's the mid-year going to be? How can we make sure it's challenging? Listen, should we really be using notes like that, or should we push kids to do it this way? They're collecting that data from the kids and saying, did you like the way we did this thing? No, let's try it a different way. So we're always doing that. That's true for all of our courses. Yes, so thank you, Bella. This summer, what we want to do is not only analyze the data, but begin discussions that we've already started about, are there things that we want to change about this course? And I'm going to show you in the next slide what those things might be. And then here's the other big piece. There is an accurate complaint that I have seen. It was a parent actually who wrote to you all, and thank you so much for forwarding. When you get an email from a parent, from a concerned community member, it is so helpful if you forward it to me so I can do something about it. Thank you. One parent wrote, I thought, a really thoughtful comment, and something I think is pretty common. My kid is taking WISP, and they don't want to choose the harder assignments because there's no like honors label, or like they're not going to get a better grade for it. I'm going to admit something to you right now. It's hard for teachers to hear that. It just is. Like, because we're like, we love our subject, you should want to do it for the, and they're so earnest about it. And I'm a parent of teenagers, so I understand. That's a legitimate concern. Like, I get it. I mean, I think teachers would say like, well, if you like it, you should do it for the love of the learning. I don't know, 14-year-olds don't always choose it for that reason. So one of the things we are talking a lot about, and we're planning on actually really focusing on this summer, is, so how do we get them to do that? And I think we have some great ideas for that, but I just want to say, we really want to see, how can we consistently encourage kids to like stretch? Maybe not every time, maybe you do have a crazy soccer season, but we'd like to see them doing that more. And we do need to figure out how to just push them a little bit more rather than always leaving it up to a 14 or 15-year-old. Like, I get that. That's a legitimate parent concern. And I think we also want to make much more explicit maybe to kids to understand that, well, if you don't ever choose the spicy, then probably when we have our conversation and you say, I can't wait to go to honors, whatever. And we say, well, like, you never once chose a challenging thing to do. So like, should you go on to honors? So we're trying to make more explicit the connections. And I think as a team, we need to have conversations more about that. So that's one of the big things that we're talking about for next year. Listen, I don't want you to think that we have never discussed the idea of honors and WISP. That would be totally untrue. We are, as you heard, in general, teachers are hesitant to make quick changes. And I think there's a good reason for that, because we have the responsibility of young minds and of maybe making a system that replicates tracking, for example. So the thing that drove us to change it, we're a little hesitant to just jump in based on vibes and not hard data. That being said, it is totally accurate to be able to be like, well, this is my experience. That is a point of data. We just want to have time to see, if we were to offer honors, I just want to put it out there, here are all the different ways that we might do that. And we need time to figure out what might be the best way to do that. Our intention is to do this deep dive, then to ask ourselves, okay, so is our course working? Maybe it is, by the way. I just want to say, we might come back to you and say, we think it's working. Pros and cons, here's what we think. And I think we're also going to say, there could be a different model though. Here's another honors model we might use, pros and cons, and let you look at it and see what you think. That's our plan, to come to you in the fall and do that. But as you can see, I think there's been an oversimplification by many people, and that's okay, but I'm here to say, you can't just say, make it honors. The course isn't designed to be honors right now, and we don't want to just offer something willy-nilly. We want to give high quality instruction. That's what social studies teachers want. That's what all teachers at BHS want and across our district. That's why we work here. So I'm just saying, I wanted to put this out here just so community members could see it too. There are so many different models. We don't know which one is the right one yet. We need time and honestly resources, which I'm hearing we're going to get, which I'm really excited about, to be able to offer you our best professional expertise, as you heard. Okay, so this is it. This is the plan, okay? 2 weeks, I'm going to get the dashboard. I'm going to learn how to use the dashboard with Matt Dubois. I'm very excited. And Hal Mason, I'm sure, will be showing me as well. He's a data genius. It's a high bar, Hal. I hope you're coming in with some great data. Then we're going to do this comprehensive review, okay? That's going to help us to look and say, so is what we think true? Is it not? By the way, I am perfectly fine as the head of social studies to say, you might love this class, but look, it's not working. I'm going to do what we know is right based on what the numbers are telling us, based on what the community is telling us, based on what teachers tell us. I want to hear multiple perspectives before I make a change for 500 kids, okay? And then I'm gonna come to you in the fall and I'm gonna say, here are some choices. And then we're gonna go through the approval process, which is the committee voting. That's it. So, sorry, I don't know if it was as short as I really wanted it to be, but now I am so open to any and all of your questions, and I'll take a drink of water.
Thank you, Jen. First, I'm going to ask committee members, please silence all devices. We have lots of noises going off, so please, it's going to be an important conversation, so if you could silence your phones, that'd be great. Questions?
This is what we call wait time in the biz.
Carolyn.
Oh, Carolyn's ready.
Thanks, Jen.
No worries.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
So I just want to sort of roll back to a super basic level, and I apologize if this is in the FAQ, which I did look through. I guess to start this off, because you were just finishing by saying, you know, we're going to be looking at, is this working? The question of, is it working? Can you just restate what was the problem?
Yes, definitely.
So I'm going to make a tiny comment
worries.
with that. And I have heard a few different sort of points being made about, for example, you know, the same number of kids are going into AP or maybe a few more. And I think that's not surprising, right? Like, those kids were probably going to go into AP anyway. So for those kids, what was the problem? What was the problem statement that's going to define whether it's working?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. Tell me if this is right. You're asking me not like what was the problem for everybody, but specifically for kids who would have ended up in AP regardless. What was the problem?
No, I'm using that only as sort of a sub-example of, like, that's in the FAQ as a sort of, I think, example of, like, look, everything's good. So I don't know what, so for example, what was the problem for those kids? But overall, if this endeavor was undertaken, what was the problem statement for everyone?
Great. Okay. I'm going to say the problem we were trying to solve was multifaceted. Okay. And I think that's actually, I'm also just reflecting as you asked me the question, so this is good for me. I also need to think a lot about, we got to think about that problem, and as we look for the data, we want to be saying, like, you know, how, and some of the things are hard to measure, so I'm just going to say that out loud. The easiest one to measure, truly, which has been the focus, I think, of a lot of our conversations, is across the nation, Brookline not excluded, when kids predominantly, and the reason why we're saying kids of color and kids in IEPs is because we do have a data analysis that we started with, and that's what was presented to us, actually. So we found out in 2017, after Gary Schiffman, who was me at that time, he presented to the social studies department and said, guess what? If you're a kid in 9th grade standard, you will pretty much remain on the standard track for the next 4 years. And then the other problem, so that certainly was very alarming to teachers. That's one of the problems. There was another interesting problem, which is that was 30% of our student body, approximately, okay? 70% were in our honors class. I mentioned this in curriculum subcommittee. This was Jesse's question, actually, last year. 70% of kids were in our honors class. In some ways, you might look at that and go, that is so great. Look at all of these kids in honors. I would actually even say that is great. Okay, cool. The problem was that for teachers, including me, who taught that class, you weren't actually teaching a class where all the kids came in with what we would consider social studies skills that would allow you to do really complex, you know, tasks, that sort of thing. I could go on, but let's not belabor it. So you were actually teaching a heterogeneous class. You would end up in many 9th grade honors classes needing to do a lot of work that we associate, at least in 10th grade and above, as being like way more scaffolding than you would usually have. So then those two problems were kind of an interesting confluence, because as we started to talk about it, we were like, well, what if you put them together. So that was that's some of the things that were happening. In addition, and this can't be understated, but to be honest, our 9th grade class just at content-wise was not engaging. I mean, and I taught it, so I say this with love, but even my own class was not that engaging. Kids just didn't find any relevance to their lives. So we also were trying to use so we were also like, we need to redesign this 9th grade class. So we had multiple problems going on at once. I think the way I did in my FAQ is also helpful in that there are the problems that we had in 2017. There's also like the now we're looking at, and we're like, oh, and also it's the only common experience, academic experience in the high school, period. That's kind of interesting. That wasn't a problem. I was just like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Kids do talk about that. I'm sure there are others. I'm doing them off the top of my head. Like I said, I'm not going to read down the list, but I think that's a decent summary of it.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
And can I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
This is a follow-up question, and I'm glad I get to, this is hard, but I'm glad I get the opportunity to ask this question. So you said one of the problems was if you're a kid in 9th grade standard, you're going to remain in standard classes for 4 years. If BHS offers classes that provide scaffolding for students who need it, what's wrong with those students taking those classes?
I don't think I understand the question, and I want desperately to understand it because I could tell you were so careful in wording it. Oy.
Well,
ask it again, and I'm going to pay attention even harder.
if the most appropriate class for a student is one that offers scaffolding.
Got it.
And I'm going to
Got it.
assume
So-
that's what we're calling
Standard,
standard.
okay, got
right?
it.
There's lots of words.
Yes, understood.
And in all of this, for me, like the words, I wish the words were just, right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about just what's happening in the class, right? Is there rigor? Are there high standards? Are
Got
there
it.
high expectations? Is there's lots of scaffolding?
Yes.
So if we provide those courses, those classes with that scaffolding, with a small class size, because
Yes,
that's
I
what
get
those
it.
students need, what's wrong with that?
Oh my gosh, what a good question. And I'd even push your question further and say, we offer standard classes in our other ones, so there is nothing wrong with that, obviously. So then your next question is, so right, so like, let's just do it. I think you heard a little bit about it from the teachers, but here is the kind of, I guess, teaching pedagogical underpinning of what was happening. It's yes, in a vacuum, a kid sitting in a room and getting their appropriate scaffolds and those sorts of things, that makes perfect sense. When the teacher is just in a vacuum, the kids are in a vacuum, nothing else in the world matters. But in reality, a kid starting their high school career, coming from their K through 8 experience as never having been told, you honors, are you standard, are you, okay? There is a reality, whether we like it or not, by the way, that the label itself begins a narrative right away. The first moment you step in, you might go to your 9th grade standard class and find it completely appropriate and really accessible and love the kids in that class. That is totally great. We have lots of classes like that. I love that. I teach those classes. What we were trying to do was see if we could interrupt that negative label. I would liken it a little bit to the work that's been done over many years for our special education students, what was referred to for a long time as being a SPED student. And I'm SPED, I'm in a SPED class. The label, there's nothing wrong with being a special ed student, that's not, but the label means something. And it doesn't matter whether you or I wish we could call it something else and put another label on it. Kids are too smart to not know what it means. So yes, I see what you're saying completely. There is nothing wrong with being in a standard class. However, what we thought might be the case, and this is what we're trying to discover, is an 8th grade teacher who does not work at the high school, but who is awesome and competent in their work at Baker, at whatever school, with that culture, with those kids, making a decision, working with families, even if they're working with families, to sort of put the label on before they've even arrived to this next big chapter in their life, to the largest school they're ever going to experience. I mean, our school is almost the size of a college. That is one of the things we were trying to solve. And so, yeah, you're completely right. That was a really smart question. I hope the answer at least is sort of, no. I know. I guess what I'm saying is I appreciate the question. There's just it's like a weird nuanced answer, which is of course there's nothing wrong with it. And frankly, I taught that 9th grade standard co-taught class for many years. And I loved those students. We had a great time and I was a good teacher to them and they got what they needed. They also left the hallways knowing that they were in a standard class and that's what they would be. And I think our hypothesis is that then that determined what they thought they were capable of in the next round. And so we have to find out if that's true or not, frankly, right? And I don't have the comprehensive, so sorry. No, I can see you're doing a great job giving me nonverbal cues. Okay.
Well, I have a question. I think it was in the FAQ. Could you speak to, and Hal has written about the numbers on this, the increase in students of color and students with disabilities who take either honors classes or AP later in their career?
Thank you for asking this question. You're not going to like the answer. Why I say that is because I don't know the answer to your question. I think that people are rightfully, some of you are on the hunt for data, and I love that for you and for me. And so we're using some state available data. So I think what you're referring to perhaps is what is that data that people are talking about? How many kids took the AP exam, et cetera? So first of all, I'm happy that we put this I wanted to give you guys an example of the type of thing we're trying to put into this dashboard, but now interestingly, it's turned into a whole other thing that I'm I wish I hadn't done that. Which is to say, I just was I looked at APUSH scores over this thing and they're a lot better. They're not even a lot better. They're a tiny bit better and a lot more kids are getting 4s and 5s. Okay, fine. I think what happened was people then looked up state scores to see, okay, so how many kids of color, this is easy to find. It turns out it's not that easy. By the way, if it was easy, I genuinely hope you believe that if it was easy, I would have done it. I need you guys to really understand that. I want nothing more than to have the information. It's not like I've been let me try to figure out a sneaky way to never tell you. When you give me spreadsheets of 10 years worth of information of over 500 students disaggregated by, it's not something that I can do my regular job and then also do that. So I just want to say, I don't have the answer to your question. Hal might want to speak to the specifics of the AP thing that people are talking about.
Sure. So as you saw, I think I sent a lot of emails in the last couple of weeks, so I don't remember who got this one, but I think this went to everyone. There's so many troubles in looking at state data and using the state data to draw conclusions because the categories are simplified and don't give an accurate picture of the students taking exams. So the data that we use, that we have in the high school, it gives us much more detail as to what ethnicity, race a student is, whereas the state just has very simplified categories. So when you look at the state data and you just see one line, it's not an accurate picture. I have 22 years worth of data that just looks at kids who took advanced placement US history, and I'll share this chart with you. I'm just going to hold it up for you here, but I'll share this chart with you. It does trend up, and certainly there are other factors involved, as some of you have pointed out. Certainly more kids are taking AP exams across the board. That certainly is a factor. But this is the type of data that we're going to be using in Open Architects, that Open Architects will be much better at taking and looking and being able to pull out the individual categories that the state data does not pick up. So the state data, if you looked, I think it was Bob sent one that said only one African-American kid took APUSH last year, and that's just not correct. But it is what the state data says if you just look at that one line. But DESE's data is a mess. Even our data is a mess to some degree because our data is also self-reported and definitely has inaccuracies in it. And when the state introduced, I think it was in 2011, the multi-race category, that made all of the data super confusing. And so many kids that might have previously been listed in one category now become lumped into multi-race. And multi-race is a complicated category. Our data has that broken out into 10, 12, maybe 15 different combinations, and that's the data that I used here to pull together this chart. So I'll share that with everyone. That just shows the trend that's definitely up. But again, it's more complicated than just saying, oh, therefore this course is working.
Thank you. Mariah?
Thank you. And Jen and Hal and Anthony, since you're getting to stand up there too, I just want to say thank you for the conversation. Yeah, he's a supporter in the background. I think the conversation's overdue, and I'm glad we're having it tonight, and I think, I want to say, I wrote down a little note earlier. I think it was Josh. I'm going to quote Josh from the letter. The process itself is fragile, and I feel like part of that was this process it's both not, it's been lumpy around.
Totally.
I don't know what to,
Totally.
and as you said, nothing else happened the school year of 2019, 2020, right? And no other data, there's no other things that might have made the data clear, stretched your time, made the data challenging to interpret. But people have been wanting to have the conversation, and I think it's been overdue, and I'm glad we're having it now. So thank you for that, and thanks for some of the work that is imminently.
Oh, it's so close, you guys.
Isn't that so frustrating when you're like, just give?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I was frustrated 2 years ago because, all kinds of people are like, we should get data. I'm like, yeah, of course. That was one of the first things I did when I took this job. The first thing I did, literally the first big thing I did was like, okay, great. Can I get some help with this data analysis? Then I took all the sheets, and I'm going to be honest. I do have a PhD. I do know how to do data analysis, but I don't have the wherewithal to figure out disaggregated by those with socioeconomic incomes lower than. That's what this is going to let us do. And that, I just don't want to oversimplify it. I really want us to honestly, this is going to be a pretty comprehensive study that is going to probably inform other school districts. It's a really big question about the heterogeneous model. So I'm looking forward to it, and I appreciate robust back and forth. I am also sorry I got hit by a car, you guys. That was the reason why I wasn't here a little bit earlier. It was very dramatic. I'm doing much better.
I'm glad you are.
Thank you.
I wanna say I deeply agree with what Carolyn said about there's nothing wrong, and I appreciate that standard's not called standard anymore. It's called college prep, right, for the most part?
It's funny. It depends on the school, and I think oftentimes we just label it as unleveled. I think in our course catalog, it's just called
Just
course.
is. It's just
it just
the
is.
course.
It is a course.
But
right.
that's so words matter. I'm glad
Yeah.
that you all are thinking about that. I mean, I remember when I was at the high school and there was something called basic too.
Stop it.
Yeah, do you remember, am I the only one who remembers basic? So it existed and it was underneath standard, and I don't know what it is now, and I'm sure there's some sort of need for, again, there's nothing wrong with these things, but words do matter, and so
Yeah.
I think it's really great that we're thinking about how people take that on, and also the fact that as students, you can say, well, I'm going to take 2 APs over here, and so I'm going
Yes.
to give myself grace, which is something that in college, I know that I would make those you
Yeah,
balance
totally.
things out, right? I can't do everything all the
Yes.
time. So it teaches people that it's okay to have different experiences and to get what you need. And that's really great. So I'm glad that we're all on the same page. The last question I want to make is your analysis, or are you exploring also, you talked about things like, assessments and assignments. Are you going to also be exploring classroom experience for students? Because one of the things I've heard is, just in sort of the anecdata is that students.
I didn't even know that was a word.
It's a word.
Anecdata?
Take it, run with it. Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just that sometimes students who really want to, go hardcore into it are feeling like the classroom environment itself doesn't lend itself to that. And so how you can also not just push the kids to, for example, choose a spicy homework assignment, but to be a spicy student in the classroom. I don't know how to be
Do I regret us
serious.
calling it spicy, medium, and mild? I don't know yet, but I have heard the word spicy more than I ever wanted to in the past couple months.
But just thinking about what that feels like in the classroom too, not just after hours and
For sure. I do want to just respond and say I'm currently the teacher of African American Studies AP Honors, so you can take it for AP or Honors. We're all in the same room together. I also asked the kids for their feedback on my course. It's an AP course for seniors. I had a couple kids be like, this was way too easy for me. So I also just want to say, this is not unique to WISP. Our teenagers, you'll be surprised to learn, are not always satisfied with their experiences. I make the joke to just say, We totally are going to do that. And I want to be realistic and real with everybody here. Every classroom at Brookline High has kids who are like, oh, this is my favorite thing that's ever happened. Kids who are like, I don't want to do this. This is too easy. If you made it better, if it was about things that I was, so I think what's hard for us in that specific thing that you're asking is trying to suss out how much is like, okay, we understand that you wish it was this, and how much of it is the whole course or this whole lesson or the experience is really not doing what it should. So yes, and that's a really, I'm gonna have to figure out how to measure it, anecdata it, my new word.
Sarah and then
Anthony
Bob.
wants to say something.
One quick just answer to Mariah, just to confirm, yes, absolutely, we still have standard level classes. The nomenclature shifted within math to college prep. We're not great at consistent nomenclature, nor are we great at simplicity. So there are, in ninth grade and all grades, excuse me, standard or college prep offerings, honors offerings, in some subject areas, advanced offerings. In most of our electives, those are unleveled courses, but at the end of those sequences, there's AP art and design and so on. So, and then we have some heterogeneously grouped classes with earned honors models that have been around in some cases in the English department since 2013. Real world lit and future world lit in the 10th grade. So just wanting to be super clear that there are many different offerings. And I think you capture the importance of what we try to preach, which is balance is really important, and balance is not the same for any kid. We have kids who amaze me, who want to take 4 AP classes, and we give them a little bit of a warning and a check, and then they crush it, because they are ready to crush it. And there are other kids who need to be more careful about balancing taking some really hard science and math classes, and maybe in social studies or English, it's a different. So just to say that's important, it's complex. I think it can be hard to navigate for students and families. And in some ways, as 8th graders are entering and we're transitioning them, we try not to overemphasize the levels. And I think that's something for us to consider in terms of making sure that our students and families know just how many offerings there are at Brookline High School and different ways to enter rigor, and knowing that that can mean different things to different people. So thanks for the question.
Sarah?
Hello. So I just wanted to say, first of all, that the reason why my family lives in Brookline is for the diversity of Brookline. So of course, I just want to thank you for any attempt that you do to bring people together. That's super important to my family. I also wanted to say that this conversation has surprised me because people talk about their constituents. My constituents tend to be, people that my kids share sports with, the kids that they go off to summer camp with, my friends as well. And my constituents have kids that, because our eldest are in their first year of college, took the WISP class and
mine too.
and went on to do great things and got into amazing colleges. And, so I'm not really hearing at home or like when I'm out there that this class is, is difficult in any way. So it was just interesting for me to come to school committee and hear that. And I also want to say that the letters that we get from school committee do tend to be the same group of people again and again. So I just didn't know how widespread this concern is.
Okay.
I wanted you to hear that as well. I currently have 2 kids in WISP. I've got twins.
That's right, twins.
And, so I want you to know that when you say choose spicy so that you can get on to do honors in 10th grade,
Yes.
that message has been received loud and clear.
Oh, good.
You both explained that to me. So I
Good
just
job.
wanted to know that. So
Great, thank you, Sarah. Thank you for saying all of those things. That was very kind. I'm also a parent, a WISP parent. My child was one of, same age, sounds like we had 2 graduates from last year. He's a history major at BU, took all the AP classes, did really well, loved WISP. Okay, that being said, was he really gonna be able to say, I don't like this class at my table? Probably not, okay? I do understand, not a great data point, not gonna bring it into the actual analysis, I promise. That's definite anecdata and questionable at best. I would say something, I'd have an ask for school committee actually relating to what you're talking about, Sarah, which is, this might shock some of you. I talked to Gary Schiffman because I wanted to see what his experience was. Neither Gary nor I have ever received a message from a WISP parent directed to us that was like, my kid doesn't like this class for whatever reason, heterogeneous. So that, what I will say is I have received representations of that. So like groups that have represented that, which is great. And I've written back and said, okay, thank you. I've gotten emails forwarded to me. I don't know if it's all of them. So my ask is actually to say, I understand why there are some parents who just write to, Val instead of me, because you have a lot of power, Val. Here you are, the chair of school committee. But I do want to say this right now, because I think there might be some families who are saying, well, what about next year? What about my kid? What about my experience? Which, by the way, you should ask that. You're the parent of that kid. They should have an exceptional experience when they come to BHS. First, I would tell you is maybe they will. I think they might, actually, based on the teachers that I have working in my department. That being said, if there's a problem with your kid being challenged, please, you don't have to write to the teacher, write to me, and I will figure out, that's how we do it for all classes. Funny enough, I could list another class where I get many, I'm not going to call them complaints, many, little notes about them, but not WISP, which is interesting to me. And I think it might be because it's more of an organized effort to really try to do a systemic change. So perhaps I'm not the most appropriate person. So my ask is, when you get something that could be something I could act on immediately to make an experience immediately better for somebody, please forward it to me. Some of you have done that. I appreciate it. Continue to do that.
Thanks.
So
Bob, and then
I have to respond to that. We're told not to do that.
Okay. Don't do it if you're not allowed.
I mean, my understanding is
walk it back.
I'm not supposed to communicate with.
I'm so sorry, Bella. I
appreciate that. I just want to.
Please knock it off the record right now. No, okay, well, listen, let me alter what I just said. Okay, Bella, I'm so sorry. Okay, listen. Ready? Exactly. So there's no reason why you couldn't forward it to Bella. Bella can give it to me. Also, can any person who is sitting here listening to us or might be watching it later, if you've got a kid in WISP right now, I'm thinking actually of the parent who I did get to see the email, which was great. If you're like, can you make my 15-year-old do the hard stuff? Yeah, we actually can. There are a lot of things we can do to do that. Just let us know that's your experience. These teachers have a lot of sway over these 15-year-olds. You'd be shocked. They're very good at it. So tell us so that immediately you can have some action taken. So I would just say to parents, if you're going to write to school committee, do it. Either CC me or write me a separate one. I understand that might be annoying, but I really just want to make sure kids are having a good experience right now. And I don't want there to be a feeling that my kid isn't because now I have to wait or something like that. Okay?
Bob?
Oh, my God.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm holding on to two hands.
It's a little awkward for me.
Why?
Loving all you guys. You're so charming. Even Hal.
Oh, as are you, Bob.
Even Hal.
Even Hal? How's the most charming?
And I appreciate all the teachers who spoke so eloquently and passionately. I'm not surprised. And I think Barack Obama taught me that you have to know what you believe. I like Barack Obama's advice. I do, so I do know what I believe. I'm not always right. So I'm very happy to have this conversation. Part of my frustration was that I just got here last May, but before that, there was always, attempts to have the conversation about WISP, which has been around for 7 years, and it was hard to do that. So I'm very happy that we're finally doing this. And so as you can imagine, I have stuff to say.
I am surprised.
But I have a couple of questions first.
Great.
So WISP happened 2019, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then so I wasn't around here.
You were around here, but not in here.
Not in here. And I watched from afar the reimagining of ninth grade. And so I want to ask Anthony, probably Jen, Hal, whoever, what was the motivation for reimagining ninth grade? And I believe that the recommendations that came out of the reimagining of ninth grade was to de-level the entire academic program in the ninth grade.
I'm going to take the first part of the question, then do you have more? I feel like I interrupted you.
Yeah. No, that's okay. So what I believe in is educational equity, my version of educational equity, which is all about every child. So everybody walks in the door, they're different abilities, different ambitions, different capacity, different interests, blah, blah, blah. You know, you got 5 kids walk in the front door of Brookline High, they're different. And our job in terms of educational equity, I'm looking at Jennifer Fisher-Mueller here, sitting there. We were on a plane, I mean, I shouldn't go on these tangents, but I'm gonna. We were on a plane, where were we going? Were we going to New York to go to that
Jennifer, do you want to
that
come
high
to
school
the podium? It sounds like you're going to be the Jennifer. It sounds like you're the Jennifer who's going to be answering this one.
So Jennifer came over to me on the plane, right? You remember this? You said, Bob, can we, what does equity mean? You said that. You said that. Whatever. So we had a little conversation.
It's not whatever. Jennifer
So I'm
absolutely knows what equity is.
So I'm very clear about what educational equity is. And so one of my deepest educational beliefs is that we have to take good care of Jen, got to take good care of Anthony, we've got to take good care of Hal, even Hal. And when I see the reimagination of ninth grade, and for 20 years I went to the K-8 schools in the spring, and at every one of those 160 times that I was there, as you know, I said this to you, parents would come over and say, thank God Brookline High's got powerful courses. They got honors classes, they got AP classes, because we've been in 9 years of heterogeneity. And so when I saw the transformation or the recommended transformation of ninth grade, I was concerned.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to talk a little bit about the relationship between the heterogeneity of WISP and also the move toward heterogeneity in every academic class in ninth grade, because that was a big concern.
So you're going to take this, but I'm going to say the piece of social studies, which is in the FAQ, and I think is critical to this moment we're in. There were no conversations about any of that. In 2017, we got together with our middle school colleagues, we looked at data, and we were like, this is really troubling. And then we spent 2 years trying to plan a potential systemic solution, in addition to the other great things that we do at the high school to try to help all the kids who walk in through the door. I will say that the interest in our class and the way it was running and stuff became much more prominent when the conversation about other courses happened. So all I can tell you from social studies perspective, which I think is really important for me to really represent social studies teachers, that was teachers seeing a problem and trying to institute a solution for our discipline, which again, we're all about a democratic society, civic engagement, lots of different ideas, et cetera. So it really fits the themes of our course in addition to all the things that we talked about. So I can just say it was not part of a larger effort, that just timeline-wise, but I'll let Anthony answer the rest of it.
Thanks, Bob, for the question. So reimagining ninth grade certainly was an initiative that we were looking at access to high-level courses and concerned by the myth of mobility that the social studies department saw in kids who started in standard or college prep level. And so under then Superintendent Bott and Nicole Gittens as our Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, we began having conversations about what it would look like to re-level or de-level, reimagine. I think what I wanted to stay away from was that it would all be de-leveled, but rather how do we reimagine ninth grade? And so social studies we felt like had success with WISP. There were common experiences, a team of excellent teachers working closely together, offering common experiences for our ninth graders. It was very powerful. We had financial support to do that work. Then we looked at English. I think we very much were hesitant about science, about world language, and about math, given the complexity of those subject areas. And we had just I don't want to use the word reimagined again, but we did rethink our physics curriculum with the support of an organization you might know a little something about, the Brookline High School Innovation Fund. And so the physics team felt like they had just redone the curriculum, overhauled it, and weren't ready to move in that direction. And so we moved forward with English. We're very proud of the work that ninth grade humanities, which is heterogeneously grouped, but not de-leveled. It has an earned honors model that we think is really powerful for ninth graders, where they're opting for challenge in some cases and sometimes opting not. I think when school committee, in their role, in your role, it wasn't all these same people, voted down the full rollout of that pilot. One, we heard voices in the community raising concern. That's important. We heard voices on the school committee sharing some of those concerns. We continue to offer honors English, college prep English, and that heterogeneously grouped with an earned honors model English. There aren't currently plans to go further with math. I think that Josh has done an incredible job in his tenure of making sure that while there are differences in pace and in some of the content, certainly between advanced and honors and college prep, all students in ninth grade are getting the same 8 units. They differ in pace, they differ some in content. That's really important to me, and I don't know that that was always the case at Brookline High School, and so I'm proud of that work. I'm proud of World Language and the work that they're doing around the Seal of Biliteracy. And I think we always wonder, given the sheer number of levels we have within World Language, I think we're always wondering about how we can offer access to kids to reach their greatest potential. And I'm delighted that Brianna Brown is leading our science department and working with the physics team. There's lots to be proud of that curriculum, and we constantly think about how we can best support kids to engage in challenge.
So again, I have a lot more to say, but I want to say one more thing, okay? Is that all right? So I really feel strongly that I would bet the mortgage on my condominium that everybody in this room believes basically in the same things, that we want the best for every child. I don't think, raise your hand if you don't believe that. Okay, nobody raised their hands. So we all agree on that. Then there's the methodology and the practice of making that happen, right? And so heterogeneity, as you guys have described it and implemented, is one way that you're hoping that every kid will be well served. And what I'm saying is there are other ways to think about it. And I'm just going to mention
other ways we practice, just to be clear. It's fine for you to posit that, but know that that's not, that all classes aren't designed heterogeneously, right? So just, I want to
I mean, there's, I mean, the high school's powerful. No question about it. It's ranked like the best high school in Massachusetts recently, I think, which was good. So this is my final statement. I talked to James Cradle yesterday. I talk to him all the time. If anybody knows James Cradle, legendary history teacher and administrator at Brookline High School. And I said, we're having this big conversation about de-leveling. And then Jimmy said, de-leveling? What do you mean? I said, having everybody together in the same class. And Jimmy Cradle, who everybody knows and loves, said, this is what he said, quote, no, that's not the way to help the kind of kids that you're talking about helping, the kids who struggle. You have to launch them into powerful academic programs with support. That's what Jimmy Cradle said. I love Jimmy, I respect him, okay? And I just want to, we talk data, and this is my final statement. I'll be quiet for a little bit. We had a program at Brookline High School. I'm sorry to bring this up. It was in math. We started it back in 2008, 7, whatever. And that program identified kids who historically were not doing well in high-level math. Yes? You guys were there.
Sure, we're aware of the program.
And we developed a comprehensive program, pre-teaching in the summer, tutoring during the school year, celebrating achievements, et cetera, et cetera. If you look at the data from that program, starting in around 2010, when the program got rolling, I see Hal go and look at the data. On MCAS, for example, MCAS math and ELA, starting when the Calculus Project, I'll just say it, and the African American Latino Scholars Program and the tutorial program, those three were three of our major equity programs. And if you look at the data, starting in around 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, the achievement gap on MCAS was absolutely dramatically narrowed. Dramatic. And it's an alternative methodology and practice to launch historically struggling kids into powerful, powerful AP courses and honors courses, high level. And the gap went from 60 points, where African American and Latino students were getting, like, in those days it was called meets. Hal, what's the terminology? Meets and exceeds? Now it's meets and exceeds. It was proficient and advanced. So advanced and proficient back then, African American and Latino students were like 35% were scoring at those two top levels. When you looked at the impact of the programming that we did, 88%, 90% in both math and ELA. That was the data. And then something happened, and the data today is not that. So I just want to say there's a heterogeneity is a strategy. I think it has very, very mixed results in terms of doing what you want to do, and there's other ways to do it. And I can talk a long time about some of the other ways to do it.
Sure. Thank you. And I think I would also say we continue to have a robust tutorial program to have a fostering excellence in mathematics, and that we're no longer working with the Calculus Project. We continue to have, if not a more robust African and Latin ex-scholars program. So I don't think that the strategy of the high school is a single approach. It's varied approaches to meet all kids' needs. And so thank you. I think Jen wants to jump in.
Yeah, and we've talked about this before, Bob, but I think I'd go on to the record to say that there is not one solution to one of the biggest problems in education. And we teachers are looking at our kids, and we're looking at the parents of those kids, and we want to give them the best chance that they can have, right? And so we are looking for big solutions, small solutions, ones that are good, cost effective, all the things that go into education. The one thing I'm going to say to the way you characterized it, even to Jimmy, talking to you about it, Jimmy Cradle, it supposes the point that you believe the course we're offering is not what you described, is the only thing that is robust AP, is that, I don't think you think that, by the way. Maybe you do, I don't know. But I'm here to also defend the work of my teachers, and what I told you earlier, which is, to be clear, the biggest mistake we might have made was not calling it Honors for All, because what we were doing was taking these honors things and giving them to kids. So the only thing I would push back on is say that when you describe it the way you just did, it puts WISP as a whole course into some sort of substandard category that's like, look at this, not great thing that we're getting them to do, and then so I push back on that. I think you would know that. And also to say, like, maybe that's what we should have called it. And maybe that was one of the choices, you guys. But I also know that you have a long night ahead of you. I'm looking at Bella, and I know what you have to do next. So I just want to say, I would love to continue the conversation, and it's hard to get onto the agenda, but anytime you ask me to come, I'm going to be here. You ask me to do it, I will do it, no problem. Anything else that you need from us? Yeah, great, let's do it.
Dan and then Donna. You're going to have some more people.
I can't wait, you guys. This is great.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the speakers and certainly all the presentation that you did. Just a couple of things. I think we need to keep in mind, some won't like this, but this notion of what is a ninth grader. and I know you talked a little bit about that, but we are talking ninth grade. We're talking one course in this case, and I believe the understanding is, I hate to say this, that ninth grade grades do not count even towards your college admissions. I'm not.
Al Mason?
Is that a common?
Yes and no. We don't use that as part of the GPA that we figure for kids, but colleges do their own GPA calculation. So when we send a full transcript, obviously we are sending ninth grade, so those grades do count in the sense that any college is going to get that transcript and see it, and they're going to do their own calculation for what that,
Okay,
for how
thank
they
you
use
for
our
that
grades.
clarification. Thank you. That was kind of the myth that goes around with some of the parents sometimes. And so the other thing that we're not going to have a chance to do today, and I know you think about this all the time, is the whole child, the whole student. And so this is one opportunity, this is one experience. And there's more besides academics, as we know, at the high school, much more. And Kenny's here, he could go on and on about some of that, right? But I just think it's important that as we ask our eighth graders to go up to ninth grade, that, you know, they have an opportunity to kind of learn about other things other than just high academics. For some students, that's maybe what they need, but I think for most students, it's enough to get to the high school. It's enough to find new friends and find their classes. It's enough to get acclimated to a high school experience. And I think WISP allows them to do that in a way that's safe and experiential and joyful. And so, you know, I look forward to what you're going to come forward with in terms of data, but I'm not upset with WISP as it is now. And in fact, I think it's meeting a lot of the goals that you set. And I, again, think that we want to think about the whole student, not just WISP, and not just honors or how soon can they get into AP.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's just okay. So.
Thanks, appreciate that.
Donna?
Thanks so much for being here.
Of course.
I want to say I'm very happy to see you well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
First, actually, before I get to my comment and question, I'll say that I was contacted by an eighth grader who wanted to be here tonight, but you had the ninth grade transition meeting, so he wasn't able to make it. He asked me just to announce that he has a petition that he had circulated, essentially asking folks who were interested in leveled courses to sign. He was very pleased. He has, his name is Oz Palchuk. I want to call him out because I think it's quite amazing. He has 75 signatures, and I will get.
Hopefully this is his civic project. You got to get credit for it.
I will get the information to Bella as well as the rest of the school committee. I have a question, but I think first what I want to say is I'm a big believer in it being okay to make mistakes and to say you made a mistake. I think in this entire conversation, and I don't mean just tonight, we have all made some mistakes. I think as a school committee, we should have had this conversation, and I don't mean a presentation, I mean these conversations. Like Mariah said, we should have had it earlier. I think that by not having the conversations earlier, and this is where I want to apologize to Jen and to the educators in the room, by not having that conversation earlier, by not having real opportunities for dialogue earlier, we have done a disservice to the course and to your work. So I want to say that I'm sorry for that. To that end, I will also say thank you for the presentation you did tonight. One piece that I didn't hear about, but I'm sure that you're going to incorporate, or I'm curious what your feedback will be, is that in the slide that says what the department is planning, will there be more opportunities for students and families to actually have dialogue, whether it's in the form of a survey or in the form of conversations with BHS administration, with you, like you said, email me.
Yes.
I want to say as a parent, it's very hard sometimes to reach out to your educators. It is really hard. It's also, you don't sometimes even realize unless you're asked that you can do that. It sounds so stupid, but like you don't realize that. So when you say, why didn't people reach out to me, or I've never heard, I'm not saying that.
No, I get it.
I just want
I'm
you to
glad I
realize,
said it. That way
yes,
people know.
Yes, I'm so glad you said that. But I want you to recognize that it truly, it's like,
that makes sense.
Doesn't occur. So that's all. I was hoping that as you're thinking about data, we're also thinking about actual opportunities, space for conversation with students, with families, where there can be back and forth.
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. As we prepare to do the data, a lot of what we're talking about when we're data, we're not talking about anecdata, we're talking about the data, number-y kind of stuff. And we do a lot of surveying that's really consistent. So unfortunately, we didn't do those surveys in ninth honors and our other model. A lot of you are like, well, what was the pre-data? We weren't that, I'm sorry to say, we did a whole thing. And no, we didn't think, here's the exact survey we're gonna use for the next 7 years so we can do a cross comparison. So that unfortunately we don't have, but we do have really consistent questions we've been asking kids. So yes, I know we will ask kids. I think it's interesting that you're bringing up the question of, I'm gonna be completely frank with you. I've never known a course to, as part of course development, to ask parents, what do you think about these courses? Oftentimes that viewpoint comes from you all. So it's interesting. By the way, I'm not opposed at all. I'm telling you honestly that I'm like, oh, okay, we're going to talk about it as a team and see what kinds of things what's the unique insight a parent has. By the way, it's not an insignificant number of social studies teachers whose own kids have taken the course. So we know what it's like to be a parent. We just have way more knowledge than a parent who's sitting at home thinking, I can't even tell anybody how I'm feeling. So I really appreciate the question. And I don't have a great answer about like, how will we do that? Is it surveying? I don't know. Is it a small group size? We need to talk about that. Yeah, that's good.
Anybody else? Jesse and then Carolyn.
Yeah, hi, good evening. I just wanted to start by saying that before Open Architects, there was Excel.
Oh, I'm aware,
And
yes.
the reason I say that is because 25 years ago, when Verizon rolled out FiOS, I spent a year building the complete model for all FiOS care centers in the United States, and it took a year of work, all in Excel. Open Architects didn't exist. So there's a lot you can do with Excel. There's a lot you can de-identify, and there's a lot that can be shared in the absence of waiting for support to put it on a dashboard. And just as a comment, okay, the second comment I was going to make is that is there a process by which the data can be made more transparent to the community? And the reason I say that is that once it's in a dashboard, it means it's a database behind it. There are a super number of people in Brookline who are eminently qualified, equal or better than any data analyst we could hire in the school district, perhaps, or who do this as a living, or who run data analysis companies, or data visualization entrepreneurs, or data visualization candidates for school committee coming up, who can take a look at this data and de-identified and learn a ton. Great. So if there was a way to be able to plan to present the data to the community in a way that those that are interested can access it, I think it will go a long, long way in reducing some of the opacity, which is driving some of the frustration that is causing these kinds of very long conversations a year or two after we bring them up. And so just a suggestion, and if you want to, I have one or two more comments, but if you want to.
I do want to respond. I think the first comment, I'll just say how it felt when you said it. It feels like a dig. I do know Excel exists. I think what I would say is that I have a very complex job, as you might imagine, as somebody who's just trying to do it part-time for a long period of time, and it involves significant amounts of time. So I suspect that in the year that you had to do all of that, that was perhaps your full-time job, like that was the job that you were doing. And part of the problem, it's not that I said, I can't I can't do Excel. That's not what happened. So I'm going to clarify right here now and just say I'm not known as somebody who shirks responsibility or doesn't do what's right for kids because I don't know what Excel is. That's not what happened. But if I want to do a decade's worth of cross-data analysis and answer the questions that were asked by this very committee, by my teachers, et cetera, the district also has to know that, like, you have to have data analysts that you hire to do some of that work. Because if which by the way, I did the reason why we know any of the numbers is because I sat down to do that, which by the way, it's a significant amount of time, which means I'm not doing other parts of my job. So part of my problem for the past 2 years was to say, actually, OTL, you would like that? I would like that too. Part of your job is to support me in getting those things done so that I can do the job I need to be doing, which is watching teachers, making sure that they're teaching classes the way they should, and doing the things that, supporting them in their most important work, which is being with kids. So yes, I know Excel exists, and no, I did not set forth to just do a sort of like, oh, woe is me. So I don't know if that's how you meant it, that's how I took it, but I appreciate you saying that you understand that. On the second part of it, I would defer to the superintendent. Here is the truth. I have had multiple offers from community members. Give me the data, I'll do it. And I'm just gonna say that I am a school employee and I'm also a parent of kids in this school, and I don't give out your children's data. I don't care if they're a parent in this district, and I don't care if they are the best data analysts they need to be. Corey, there are all kinds of legal reasons. So all this to say, by the way, our data specifically does identify students by their student identifier because we want to trace that. So I don't know if you will be given that access. That will not be my decision. That'll be a decision made by the superintendent of schools.
Right, it was just a proposal. Wasn't meant to be
By the way,
directed.
I'd be down. I'd be with it. Like if we can do it, I guess. I don't know. Uh-oh, it's the second time I've said something. Bella was like, please stop talking. She's
Jess,
great.
I think it's important to own that when somebody says to you that sounded a little bit like a dig, just to say, oh, it was just a proposal, kind of shrugs it off. I think it's important to respond.
I'm not following you.
When
I
somebody
already
says to you
agreed.
that felt a little bit like a dig, and at the end you say, oh, that was just a proposal, kind of dismisses.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
You had another question?
That's not how I meant it.
Correct,
He was referring to the proposal part
Right.
earlier.
correct, correct.
Okay. You had another question, Jesse?
I guess the second question had to do with, I don't know, maybe it's like a lesson learned for us as a school committee with our subcommittees in that it's taken a long time to get to this conversation. And there's a lot of frustration and pent-up emotion, not only around this course, but just around the difficulty in getting your voices heard. I saw it in the year before I was elected when de-leveling in English came up. I saw it, I'm seeing it now. And it bespeaks a culture in which parents, caregivers, and guardians, as well as the public, don't feel that they can always get an answer to a question.
Yeah.
And the opacity breeds, in my mind, distrust. And I'm not pointing this at any one person, God forbid. No, of course not. This is like a cultural issue I'm seeing within the district. And it's developed over time, like behaviors do, and it will take time to address as behavioral change takes time. But I think that if we recognize that this situation is the reality, then we can begin to find ways as a school committee, and then working in partnership with the superintendent, and then working in partnership with the district to find ways of improving transparency, building more trust, feeling that lines of communication are more open, without pressuring, people and going, around the outsides of things to get things done. It's just an observation I'm making based on, a year and a half or two now of watching how these things germinate, listening to citizens and other elected officials about the situation as they see it, and to realize that we do have some positive work we need to do. This is not being, it's just positive criticism to all of us. This is not a dig at anybody. We have work to do to open up the lines of communication, to make our processes within our subcommittees more transparent, and move things through maybe a little quicker so months and years don't go by before we actually can see change. And I'm just challenging myself, my colleagues, and the superintendent and all of us to recognize these problems do exist. This kind of a level of a conversation about like this mini tiny one course and the 141 pages in the new catalog you sent me the link for it that I scrolled through till the end. You didn't have a thank you for scrolling to the end message at the end, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Invisible ink.
And when I find the link to it, I will read the whole thing top to bottom as well. I think we just need to recognize that as a group of people that are all invested in moving the needle, to the right, moving the needle forward, moving the vehicle forward in the right direction as a collaborative team. I'll just leave it as that. Thank you.
Jesse, I think that's really important to state that. And in the spirit that Donna had in terms of that we all have pieces to own, I think I would own some of my stubbornness on English and on that humanities course. And I think I'm just going to quote myself, which is always good to do. So after October 7th, in January of that year, I worked with Donna and many others to organize a meeting of Jewish and Israeli families. And one of the things that I said that is so heartfelt then and remains now is that there were families who were deeply impacted and harmed by district decisions, by school-based decisions, by some of my decisions. And at least one thing that it caused was that there was less communication with us sharing problems. And I think a really wonderful community formed. And one of those, I think that is some of the context in which Learning First Brookline formed around, my sense was there were a lot of conversations that were happening on a Slack channel and really important conversations about schools, including about how we responded. And so I think what I've appreciated about Learning First over time is that it has shifted from what was originally sort of anonymous communication to a much more fuller engagement in wanting to talk with us about our course offerings, talk with rigor, and obviously conversations like this hopefully build trust among all of us who work in schools and you as school committee leaders. And I think I just, as the principal of the high school, have an ownership piece in terms of slowing down this conversation in some ways. And some of that is a little bit of my own defensiveness. So I just think in the spirit of this conversation, that makes sense to share.
Thank you.
Carolyn and then Bob.
Thanks, Val. So this might be a good segue. So over the break, we took Niley to Washington, D.C., inspired by APUSH, which has inspired I have a junior who is taking this class. It's been really awesome for me as a parent to, and I don't like usually talking about my kids in school committee, but it's really relevant here. It's been really incredibly gratifying to see my child be really engaged, really excited. Miss Murphy.
Shout out.
Shout out, a big shout out.
Great teacher.
I said, should we go to Washington, D.C. right away, like with me? Went, loved every minute. And we went into the U.S. Capitol. You go in, there's like a movie. And it was about democracy. So about how challenging everything is. And in the little movie, they said, what are our points of agreement? And I was like, I want to bring that to this conversation, knowing that this conversation was going to be happening. What are our points of agreement? and I'm going to say this too about, and this leads back to just this whole notion and question and concern about whether at the same, what you described, Jen, as the problem resonates. It's important. I hear you.
Yeah.
At the same time, I guess I worry about the students who might also be coming in to the high school ready to see themselves as learners, students in this crown jewel, amazing high school that we have that they've heard about. And my concern, observing and hearing kids as a parent, different experiences, is not providing that sort of high standard, high expectation, and whether, you know, in the effort to make sure that some kids are taken care of in a certain way in terms of how they see themselves, that we're not providing the opportunity for these young people who might be ready to see themselves as excited about learning, super engaged, and high achieving, that we're not giving them that opportunity. And I think it's really important. And as a parent, I feel it's important developmentally at that moment of entering the high school to live up to that promise of this is hard, you can do it, we can help, and to make it
Just a
hard.
BHS mantra right off the top of your head.
No, it's not right. Because this is really meaningful.
Well done.
You know.
Well done.
Know. So that's my concern, and I think what we all share is wanting to make sure that we're taking care of all the kids, right? So just to explain that that's sort of where I come from it, and personally observing a change when a child is now seeing themselves as part of an intellectual culture in a particular class and thriving in it and articulating that that's exactly what it is. It's hard and everybody's into it. So I just wanted to put that out there as part of my thinking in this.
Carolyn, you're a good thinker, so I would just say very briefly, not now. Think about what you're saying and ask yourself, how might I measure it? Because I know how to measure whether or not the kids who were going on that standard track then deviated and maybe tried something new. I'm actually not totally sure how I would measure whether or not, like, what is the impact on, for example, right? And maybe the answer is, maybe we have to ask parents, what do you see at home? I mean, that's like could be a combination of the two, but if you have ideas about how to measure the nuance you're trying to capture here, which is like making sure that those kids are also feeling, how does it come out? That'll be hard with the data, I think, because like your kid's gonna show as like having chosen the highest level classes. The data is gonna tell me everything was great, but you're telling me, no, it wasn't. So I probably am going to need a little help with the nuance on that, but I appreciate it.
Bob and then Mariah.
It's a long, good conversation. Back in the day, I worked with John Sills as he worked with the community to develop World History 1, World History 2, which lasted until WISP, I believe, pretty much.
I taught it.
I've looked over the WISP curriculum. I think the WISP curriculum is far superior to World History 1 that we had for 112 years.
Good job, Steph.
So I just want to be very clear that I think that under Steph's leadership, who I completely trust, the development of that course was well done and is an outstanding course, an engaging, really inspiring course. So I want to make that very clear. At the same time, what I perceived in the fact that you did and the conversations that we've had is that the WISP program, maybe the reimagining program, is driven by the 30% of the kids.
I don't agree with that, but I'm going to let you finish your comment.
I said that was my perception. that it's driven by the 30% of kids of color, kids, low-income kids, kids with special needs, right? And what educational equity says to me is that the 70% matter a lot as well. And I think, again, this is me analyzing the big picture over the last bunch of years. I think it's hugely important, by the way, especially in an override year, that we make it very clear that the 70% of the kids who are ambitious, who are capable, and who thrive in an honors, an AP, intellectual culture, which is what a school is all about, that they be honored.
Agreed.
And then finally, what are we going to do? What's the final decision here?
Carolyn? Oh, sorry.
Carolyn's going to determine the final decision. Here we go.
Sorry, Mariah. It was Mariah.
Dramatic ending.
Am I commenting on that or what I was originally going to
sorry,
say? Do both. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate what Suzanne, this is going back a little bit, Suzanne, what you said about the students who are ninth graders and, we'll say coming to this young and still learning things in the world is the high school can be very big and overwhelming. And then there are students like Carolyn's son too, who are excited by US history and are having a great time, and it's hard, but we'll help you. And there's also some kids who are maybe ninth graders who deeply, deeply love history, and maybe they're a spiky profile. Your son, right, who is now a history major in his first year, and maybe they're a spiky profile, and history is their special interest, or what, right? Like those, maybe they're like Andy, who deeply loves history and tells us all about. Sorry to get personal.
Is that true, Andy?
He does all these analogies. He's like, Mariah, you were so-and-so in the Civil War. And I have no idea because I did legal studies at the high school. So I missed like all of
For you, actually.
Mr. Skaversky, you were wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, so just a blast from the past. So anyway, I mean, I guess the point is it can't just be for the kids who are hard but want to try. It can't just be for the kids who aren't ready for that. It has to be that we're giving the kids who are deeply loving this topic and like could run, let them run as fast and as far as they can go. So
I hope what you heard from
that's equity, right? And so it's not just the 70 or the 30, it's like the 1% of kids too who are really into it. Let's make sure this is an amazing place. You said it yourself. It's like a college campus. Like, let's treat them like the intellectuals they can be in their areas of interest. That's all I wanted to add to this. Thank you.
I hope that you heard, everybody heard. That's actually one of the very critical questions we're trying to answer right now, regardless of what we tell you. We're talking about that right now. Some kids do it naturally, others don't. And so we do have to figure out that conundrum. We talk about it all the time. So yes, agreed.
Okay, anybody else?
Add one thing. I think the 5 people here, 4 times a day, every day, are looking at their classes and asking themselves that same question. Who is the kid in this class that I need to challenge today? Who are the kids? What am I doing? How am I serving this kid well and that kid well and every kid in that classroom? And it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. What they're doing every single day, the 5 here, the 4 that are listening online, every day are thinking of their classes in that same way.
But Hal, I think probably every teacher at Brookline High School is thinking about how to do that. And it's about how the systems allow them to be more effective in that goal. That's all. And this course is a system, right? Curriculum is a system that supports them in their goals to meet each student where they're at. So that's, you're wonderful, I'm sure, in doing that. And you're not alone in your peers. We're lucky to have this amazing group of teachers who deeply care and want to make that happen. That's all.
Superintendent Wong has been patiently waiting to speak.
Am I finishing us?
I don't know. Are we done?
Okay.
I think my only question is, was Bob's a real question or a rhetorical question, which is, what are we doing? Like, what's next?
There's no vote.
There's no vote. The controversy
Not
was,
a-
are you going to
that.
vote to tell the high school what to do? No. That's why these conversations have been happening. And so my question is a real question. Where are we going?
Well, I believe they're going to work this summer, and and so Jen, so
Look at data, work in the summer, and come back in the fall.
Well, they're going to
Share the data. as much as we, right, I don't know that we're going to let everybody be in the data, but we're going to share what we found out as well.
Right, and you're going to come back with options.
Yeah, we're going to tell you this is what we propose.
Yes, so I think it's fantastic. Everyone has so many strong opinions. And so I think,
Social studies teachers love that.
and actually superintendents have opinions too. So I just wanted to maybe take us out a bit. As one that was trained as a scientist, you know, science is figuring out how things work. This is a little oversimplistic. English is learning how to communicate our ideas, be persuasive. Math is a way of thinking. I don't know, Josh is gone. World language is a pathway to peace. Learning another culture, another one's language. I hope I'm not forgetting anything. Did I get to? I did science. So no, I get into history. So I think I got to everyone. So, but history. So I was trained as arts. That's right. I was like, oh, don't forget arts, Bella. So arts. I don't know. Arts is no. I was going to say it's about expressing one's soul. Yes, and becoming open to that. But social studies, so trained as a scientist and speaking about all these disciplines. Social studies, that's a study about who we are. It's about who we are, who we choose to be, why how we decide to self-govern. I don't know how we convene. So, trained as a scientist, I have come to really appreciate the importance of history. So, everything's important. I think students should have all of those disciplines. But history is, I'm going to say it, yeah.
Say it. Make sure you're closer to your mic.
History is special. History is special. And I will also say that maybe it is the appropriate place to think about a heterogeneous experience. I will say it. One of the things that we try to teach our students or hope they will learn about inclusivity. And one of the things that really supports inclusivity is shared experience. So BHS has so many opportunities, pathways, definitely lots of opportunities for leveling, which is all appropriate. So I would not like to lose the opportunity for building this shared experience. But I will say at the same time, we have a commitment to the community and to be responsive to the community. But it doesn't mean what I think is the way it should go necessarily, but it is my feelings about this. And so I think it's okay to have our own beliefs about how things should be. And then we should be responsive to the community and in the end, listen to all of that and determine what we think is best for the students. And so on that note, I would like to see more built into the course feedback loops. Great. From the students. They will have great insight on their learning and what's working for them. So I'm saying it's okay to have our different opinions, but we have to figure out how to respond in a way that makes most sense and that feels right to us. And fundamental to that is the process. So I appreciate everyone's patience in allowing for that process. And I thank you and I thank everyone for, I guess, what we're about to engage in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Happy
you.
to come anytime I'm invited.
Sorry, I just have to ask a clarifying question, sorry. So at the end of all this, and this has been a great discussion and opportunity, next fall, nothing changes.
They're going to come back with options for.
For the students who walk into BHS.
No, they're
Yes.
also.
No, we are also,
yeah.
so, sorry.
Sorry.
Next fall, the departments work, we are not prepared to offer an honors WISP next fall. That is, I hope that was clear, but I'm going to say that very clearly for so many reasons, and I would say the least of them philosophical. Just for logistical and practical reasons, the answer is no. That being said, we are right now thinking about, okay, well, what about these kids that we were just talking about? How do we capture that feeling? We are doing work actively to think about making clearer connections for kids about when we offer different levels, why are you choosing some of those and not the others? And the teachers, we need to have a conversation together about how are we encouraging kids to do more stretching, because it is much easier to say, I'll do the mile because it'll take me quicker and then I can do my math homework or something like that. We know that. We work with kids. We know this. So practically speaking, we are also addressing the question of helping kids make clearer connections between the choices that they're making on more challenging assignments. What's the connection with their recommendation the next year into honors so that they have that leverage? But also, how do we convince them they should do it? So I will say that's like the sort of, I think that's what you're asking. I'm not sure. Carolyn, is that what you're asking?
I think so. I'm just trying to get clarity on whether students walking into the class next year will be experiencing the exact same class and experience that has been, or whether there is any kind of, potential.
So we're not, we don't have
adjustment within the existing.
We don't plan to change our curriculum for next year, so I will be frank with you. We're not changing our assessment models, et cetera. By the way, that's what we would do in an honor situation. We would change assessments. We do a lot of those things. So that's not on the docket. What is thinking about right now, the strategies that we use to offer kids choice, which you've been hearing a lot about. Kids can choose, kids can choose. We want and we will do work this spring and this summer to figure out how to encourage, get kids to make more of those choices and potentially to retool some of those, because that might be the solution, by the way. So you might see some new curricular changes for next year simply because our answer over the summer might be like, we're not offering it the right way. We need to change the way we offer it. So I can't answer that for you yet.
I think it'll be an opportunity to pilot. Great. Yeah, so
No.
some, like, just.
Pilot.
Oh, sorry, is that a?
Don't use words like that.
Okay.
I'm making a
So
joke that maybe
it'll
fell
be an
flat.
opportunity to try out.
New things.
New
No,
things.
pilot is fine. It was a failed joke, Bella. It's fine. Thank you all. I'm wishing you all the best of luck in your next discussion. Like I said, thank you for allowing us to talk so much about the best course. I heard you say the best subject of all the subjects. We appreciate. I heard best. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to update on the FY27 proposed budget.
I think Susan is.
Are we going to take 6B and 6C together, Bella?
Yes, we're going to do 6B and 6E together. Okay. Thank you. All right, everyone. So we're shifting to the budget. Should I go ahead and start?
Yeah. Do we have slides?
Everyone.
Did you email those slides to everybody?
I just got them after we started, so I have hard copies, but.
Oh, okay. Can we?
Okay.
Sure, yeah. These are the FAQs here on the website, but I was finishing them off while you were. So you have the FAQs? Yes.
She's just
Did you email
distributing
them to Betsy
hard
as well?
copies.
No, did you email them to Betsy?
Yes. This is new, not edited from.
This is
Brand new, okay, thank you.
Just so you have them, I know you haven't read it, we're not going to take a deep dive into that.
What else we got going on here?
I don't know what this is.
I'm sure we'll find out. That would be great.
These are not,
Can you hear me okay?
these are not those slides.
Which one do you want to start with? No, do you have this slide down?
Okay, if I could introduce. All right, thank you. What I'd like to preface this part of the meeting is we're looking at the updates on the proposed FY27 budget and also the multi-year analysis. The first budget I ever started to work on is 1998. So I had 6 budgets as an assistant superintendent. This is my 17th budget as a superintendent. And I realized, I think this is the most challenging budget process I've ever been a part of. And so I wanted to bring that perspective to why I say that. One, because I am new to the district. It's a large district. It's a complex district. Working with a new team, and so much is at stake. So I feel in coming to this budget process, myself, but also the team and the principals have approached this with a deep degree of seriousness, but also to make it clear that so much is at stake. And again, we began with initial projection of an increase of 12.8 million, and we are now going to be providing an update with a smaller number. The last number we presented, I am so sorry. Again, there is so much at stake in this budget process that we are embarking on. And I put it in the context of why I say it's the most challenging that I've ever done. I have never faced a gap this large, or the question of an override, a multi-year override for a sum this large. And what I bring to this process is a couple of decades of experience and working with a hardworking team. And this is where we're at. I'm very sensitive to public comment, and all the feelings about the schools and the budget that it proposes. But I want to underscore how much we have done to meet the expectations of the community in terms of meeting our fiduciary responsibility around this budget process, and also doing what we think is necessary to make sure or ensure that the programs are being supported as needed and as expected. So as we approach this, right, and so you'll hear some of my comments about where we're at in this process. So on February 5th, we were at 8.1 $1,006,235. So we're on the first slide as our budgetary increase. And through the hard work of the team, I'm going to have Susan lead us through where we are right now.
Okay, if you can, so yes, we're going to do an update on the FY '27 budget. We have some additional reductions to share with you tonight. Then we're going to move on to the non-override reductions. Then we have some updates that I handed out to you on additional FAQ responses. So we've really narrowed the number of questions that are still outstanding significantly. I think there's maybe a half dozen left. And then we'll talk a little bit about next steps.
So I have Susan do the first part. I'll take the non-override reductions, and then we'll go back to Susan for the FAQs.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Before you get started, would you be able to say what we're looking at? Is it currently posted for people to see at home? So the slides? No, and the slides?
They're posted on the Budget Central, but they're
Okay.
not posted in your school committee.
So just for people to know to go to Budget Central.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to begin with an update on the budget. And so as Superintendent Wong mentioned, we started off this process a couple of weeks ago with a gap of $8,106,235. We continue to work diligently to find ways that we can reduce our budget. And so tonight we are here to share with you some of the additional work that's taken place over the last several weeks. In the area of transportation, we've been looking at ways that we can continue to consolidate routes, as well as look at opportunities where we can use a bus as opposed to multiple vans in order to continue with our in-district student services transportation. Many of the students that are currently being transported in vans within the town were on buses when we had more buses last year. And so we're looking at opportunities to save money by going back to adding some of the buses as opposed to the vans. So based on the work that we've done so far, we feel very comfortable that we'd be able to reduce transportation costs in the area of OSS by a little over $100,000. It would not have any impact on services. It's just how we're providing those services. The next item, two items actually are right sizing. So as I've been analyzing accounts and looking at spending in comparison to what we have been budgeting, the next two items are areas in which our spending history has been less than what we've been budgeting. So these next two items are not going to have any impact on program, but rather are right-sizing the spending history and the budget that we've been including and is included in the proposal. The fourth item is...
Can I just ask, what does advisors mean? Just to know, like, who are they advising?
Clubs.
Club advising, okay.
Club advisors, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for asking. The next item are further reductions in VHS, and so we are moving forward with reducing one administrator and making some shifts to the 4+1 assignments. So we'll be shifting some staff that are currently doing 4+1 to teaching 5 next year. The next item is reducing PD and curriculum development. So in your FAQ and at our last meeting, we had conversation about like what memberships and what is in this line and all of that. So you have the detail of that. There's a link to it, and I think Betsy might have handed out, although I'm not sure, a document on that. If not, there's a link in your FAQ. You can open that up. But one of the other things I want to point out is that in this, we're showing you, okay, this is what was put in the proposed budget. We, as we all know, heard that we would get some grants we weren't anticipating. And so we've made some adjustments to move things off of the operating budget and into the grant. We've also made a couple of reductions from what the original request was. So you'll see that. It's spelled out pretty clearly, I think, in the document when you look at it. And gives you a full accounting of everything that's included in the education, training, and conference line. So we'll be reducing that line by $111,651. The next item are tuitions. So Karen has been working with our district coordinator and looking closely at placements, and she felt very confident that we could reduce the tuition lines in the FY27 by $228,000. We would still maintain a reserve, as we had talked about last year, so this isn't going to put us in jeopardy of not being able to accommodate shifts in placements and or students coming to us. We always have changes and need to hold a certain amount of money aside for those pending placements, and so this does not compromise us in that way. And then the last item is for additional retirements. So at a certain point in time, I have to say we cannot make any more adjustments, or I'm not going to be able to prepare the documents, reconcile everything, and get you a budget. And so between the time that I had to stop doing work in order to prepare the document, and now we've had additional retirements that have come in, and so we're taking the breakage from that, and that amounts to $254,000. So again, none of these have any impact on programs. It's just a matter of kind of making some adjustments to some of the line items in the budget.
I might say more about impact, but go ahead. There is some impact to the newer additions, but I'm going to address that when you get to the bottom.
So
The title grants.
Title 2 and 4?
It's 2 and 4?
Yeah.
So, and they're not in danger of being cut down or cut back?
From everything that I've heard and we've read and has been communicated, it's supposed to be level funded, so we're going forward with making that assumption. So that's Title 2 and 4. Title 3 can't be used for this purpose. It's for ELL. Okay, so it's not. And also I will say on Title 3, we predominantly use that for Star Academy in the summertime. And so it's not related in any way. That title grant is not related in any way to this line item. Okay, so when we total up these additional reductions, it comes to $1,095,926. And in a couple of slides, we'll look at how that plays out in terms of the forecast for the out years. So this is great news. We're reducing it by another $1 million. So the budgetary increase has now been decreased to $7,010,309. So that's really it's good. It's good news. The town, of course, we know gave us an allocation to date of $1,740,706, which means our funding gap is down to $5,269,603.
If we could
So I'm going to pause there. I think.
Yeah. So thank you. So again, we're doing our due diligence to meet our fiduciary obligations to the town and to the school district, being financially responsible, but also supporting our programs. The reason the slides came so late is because I was in discussion with Anthony about the high school. So one addition here is an administrator at the high school and a shift of some of the 4+1 assignments to teach 5. This is in response to, I have been making outreach in the advocacy for the budget, and in that I appreciate that there's interest around administration, levels of administration at the high school, and also some strong interest about the +1 model at the high school. So what is the +1 model? Teachers teach 4 classes, and then there's a +1, and the +1 can be an assignment to tutorial, math center, writing centers. They can also be a second teacher in a world language course in the grade 9. So they are all support positions for students. And I just wanted to say something about the perception of the high school and its staffing and +1. We have 8 K-8 schools, and we have a number of preschool classrooms across the district. In the K-8, students pretty much are accounted for. There's no free off-campus. They have a schedule. They go as a group to one class and then another, and that is K-8. High school, we have 2,000 plus students when the bell doesn't ring, but when the bell rings, they get up and they move independently, autonomously to their next class, hopefully to where they're supposed to be, or they may leave the building and they may go elsewhere and they come back. We're talking about 14-year-olds through 18. You know, they're pretty young coming in, and they're still pretty young coming out. Adolescence is a vulnerable period of growth where students are testing out their independence, but they're incredibly needy still, and they need to be monitored, they need to be supervised, but they don't always do what you ask them. They don't always, they're not going to necessarily always follow the rules or be where they might be. And it's up to, we're responsible for them from the beginning of the day to the end. And so we're responsible for watching out for them. And so the high school, as with any high school, layers of scaffolding. Scaffolding, you know, students sometimes avail themselves to one, like they're comfortable seeking help in one arena, and some kids will reject that, and what will appeal to them is a different sorts of support. So the scaffolding is like this web to catch the students. And those of you that know the high school can visualize there are these special programs that have higher faculty to student ratio, and they extend themselves more in monitoring those students. But the greatest body of the students in the high school kind of are moving on their own. And so to understand when people say, well, what is that for? And what is this for? And why do you have all these different administrators? Well, some of those administrators aren't tied to classrooms, and it's their job to jump in when there's something that's gone awry. So maybe it's discipline, but you know, with discipline, you want to address that immediately, and you might have a consequence, but you also want to help that student make better decisions. It's not like this little quick, like, okay, this is what happens to you. The 4+1, there are comparable high schools where it's just a 4 assignment. There are also comparable high schools that don't have the 4 assignment. It might be something like a 4+1. It might be 5 classes. There's a mix. So Brookline is somewhere in between a straight 4 model, a 5, or a 4+1. And the reason the 4+1 is important is because when you have 4 classes, your caseload of students is going to be a different number than if you have 5 classes. So whether you have 60 or 80, 70 or 90, 80 or 100 students, we are used to teachers picking up on the needs of students. They don't always tell you. The students don't always tell you something is off. And so we are actually used to, teachers at Brookline High School picking up on these things with our students. That is the 4+1. That is the 4+1, the benefit of it. If I have 80 students, I have a different capacity to see those students in my classroom. If I have 100 students, my capacity is different. So we are at high stakes right now. And so I hear what stakeholders are saying. And I talked to Anthony today, and this is why in the proposed budget, you see the reduction of an administrator, and you see a shift of some of the 4+1 assignments to teach 5. Do I think there is no impact to that? I can't say that, right? In the layers of scaffolding, it's really tricky to decide which piece you're going to pull out and that you undermine the integrity of all the scaffolding that's in place. All right, so I just want to take care to be able to explain that. So we are committing to it, but this is why the slides came late, because it was just hearing where the conversations are. We want to be responsive. We want the community to support this override. Right. So,
would you be able to tell us how many FTEs that represents? I understand that
it's
administrator.
1.0.
But the shift from
2.4.
2.4 with the administrator.
Yes.
with the administrator.
Yes.
8 plus 1s.
So it's 1.4. That sounds like that's 6 to me.
Is the administrator a 0.8 or a 1.0?
1.0.
1.0.
Okay.
So it's because it's a 1.0.
Okay, and then so it's 7 plus 1 assignments? You said 1.4?
1.4.
Okay.
For the
But
plus
aren't-
one.
Yeah, so 7 plus 1s, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But but the plus ones, they're tutorial, they're math center. They are, again, the second teacher in a world language class. They are the writing labs. So those are the supports. But it isn't just what are they doing with the plus ones. The other part is you have a teacher with 4 classes instead of 5. You have a teacher with how many students that represents versus 5. And there is a difference in that capacity about just being able to know your students and what that means. So the next slide.
Are we supposed to ask questions as we go or wait?
What's your preference?
Is it okay if I get further? Okay. So in the 3-year funding gap, so this is an update. So Susan updated our numbers. The budget across FY27 projected for FY28 and FY29. So this is our 3-year, multi-year projection. Based on what the town has shared with us and 211. So part of the tightness of this too is that we received this information less than 2 weeks ago, and we're working with that. And so the net allocations are in that third line. So again, for FY27, It's $1,740,706 for FY '28, $5,270. And then for FY '29, a minus $505,514. And then the relative increase in percentage from the prior year allocation. So to be clear, the entire allocations are in the second line. And then the focus on what the town has projected to offer. Now, to be clear, these are allocations if there's no override. And so the funding gap, as we're projecting, are the numbers below. And they total at this time $18,538,687. I do also want to note that it has not been my experience where the entire projected increase is considered as being part of an override ask. Usually there is an allocation for the increase, and then, but in this case, in the projection, there isn't. But I also understand that those allocations are in a non-override scenario. So I don't know if an override decision is voted on favorably and what that number ends up being if those allocation numbers change. But at this moment, all of our increase essentially, except for the initial allocation at FY '27, is being considered as part of our ask for a multi-year override. So the next slide. These are our expenses and revenue over time. If you look at FY '24, FY '25, FY '26, and you look at the allocations on the bottom, that will total more than 19 million.
The gray line at the bottom?
The blue, yeah.
The last line, it's gray.
Yeah.
Start at the bottom line.
Okay, so I'm just pointing out for FY '24, FY '25, FY '26, if you add up the increases, which are covered by the town allocation, 19 million. And I am saying that we are at a point of a multi-year projection for 3 years forward at a number less than that. I just want people to appreciate the work that has been done to control our expenses.
But isn't this override? This is all override down here.
I don't understand your question, Jesse.
No, my question is the 7.3, the 5.8, the 5.9 are the results of the 2023 override being passed.
So that's 19 million
Right,
across, and I'm saying we're
Slightly below the 19 million for the next.
But it's not just that. We're looking at the next few years. Everyone knows that takes into account inflation and expenses going up. What I'm trying to say is to appreciate how much work we have done to control the expenses. For us to be at a multi-year projection lower than what the past 3 years are.
I hear you.
I just want to say it's remarkable.
Yeah.
But at this time, our whole projected increase is being put forth as our override ask. I just want people to appreciate that it's an improvement on our ask in prior years. And I know it's a lot to ask, but there's no town allocation that's being balanced against
Right,
it.
offered.
Yes.
At this point, right?
Right.
There wouldn't be any because the town side's the 5.31 million for only the town. And
Can we let Bella go through? I
Yeah,
think she
sure.
has to go through.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm going to look at the reductions in the proposed budget. So as Susan outlined, our gap at this time has been reduced to $5,269,603. So the way we approached this was looking first, sorry, this is actually the summary of already what's in the proposed budget, right? So I just want everyone to remember that we are now at 22.1 net FTE reductions because we added the ones from the high school. This is on top of the net 20 since the last override. What we are presenting for FY27 is a net reduction of over 40 FTEs since the last override. And now in the next slide, how we approach creating the non-override reduction list.
Can you repeat how you got to the 40? that you just mentioned?
20 are from, since the last override. 22.1 are embedded in the projected budget for FY27.
All right, I'll hold the question, sorry.
It's okay, yes. So the way we approach the non-override reduction list, so we have the number, so we went again to looking at the districts. So this slide is just already what's in the proposed budget. And then the next slide, I'm sorry, I think we're missing one.
Yeah, the slide that's up on deck right now should the non-override.
Oh, this is,
failed
sorry.
These
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
additional reductions that would take place.
Right, so the FF&E was transferred over to the schools, and so in a non-override situation, we would not do the FF&E.
Can we call it failed override? Because I keep getting confused when you talk about non-override as proposed budget versus, like, non-override means both proposed budget to me and failed override.
Okay.
Does that make, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah, yeah.
confusing. It's easier if it says, if it's
If it's
failed,
failed.
yes, just to
Okay.
clarify, right? 'Cause
Okay.
it's like, it's both scenarios are not override, that's all, yeah.
So no override?
Failed.
You want to say,
Versus,
okay,
right, the
failed, all
proposed
right.
budget versus the
Okay.
failed override.
Failed override.
Thank you.
All right, so what we started first was looking at the district again. And in this one, we would restructure OAF, still keeping the data and information systems director, because we really think that's a critical function. But we would, but we would eliminate something else within OAF to have that happen.
That's the restored position.
Correct.
You're staying committed to that.
Yes, because we, as you heard Jen, it's not just Jen, but it's also, yeah. And then we would also restructure OTL. In this
Can I
one-
just ask one clarification? So 2 in proposed budget, 2.6 additional non-override. So are you implying that there's 2.6 FTE within this bucket here, but it's not outlined? Like
So
you're not breaking it out?
Restructuring on the OTL administration would be, we would change our curriculum coordinators and we would restructure. We would eliminate the curriculum coordinators K-8 and then consolidate under fewer directors.
So is the 2.6 that are here, that's the sum of the thing you just described plus whatever you would do in
Is it
OAF?
also the OAF?
OAF is a reduction of 1.6. Restructure and OTL would be a reduction of 1.
So it's minus 1.6 for OAF and minus, or other way around, minus 1 for OAF and, okay,
Yeah.
and minus 1 for OTL.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Bella, do you want us to hold?
Yeah, that's okay, but so again, the slides are, we were late today because we were working right down to the wire. Maybe that probably helps to put the FTEs next to it since we total it on the bottom anyway.
Yep.
So I wasn't able to give feedback on the slides, but so I'm sorry. do you have questions before I go to the K-8 and then,
I think you should go through.
Okay.
Because otherwise we're all going to have
okay.
what we
So
call
that-
clarifying questions, which are really our questions.
I just want to say my question was a clarifying question. Okay, keep going.
All right, on the next slide, sorry, Betsy. So then we have the K-8 reductions. And so first we did the district level, and then we reduced it. So from the 5.6 million, we reduced the district reductions, and then we took the remainder and we did it as a 60-40 ratio between the pre-K-8 and the high school. And that's based on, loosely on the relative student population. It's really 65-35, but we chose 60-40 because, as I said, the high school is more complex in that. And so it's 60-40. So the K-8 reductions reflect 60% of what remained of the gap after we took the district reductions. And so working with the principals, and so I appreciate the work of the principals. We got our allocation number the weekend of the break, right before the break. And so the principals were working on it through the break. And then everyone met remotely, obviously, Monday, Tuesday. And so the heart of the work happened on those 2 days with the principals and the senior leadership team. So these are not recommended. Again, these are reductions if the override were to fail. So reduce our grade 1 aides by 50%. This is not great. Reduce our non-mandatory summer programming, which is called
Project Discovery.
Yes. Eliminate conservatory. Eliminate world language. Eliminate 1B para. And so in that below, what we see is a total reduction in the proposed budget is 49.7 FTE. 13.7 are already embedded in the proposed budget. But if the override were to fail, this is 36 additional 36 additional FTEs. So if you said, let's don't do any one of these, what it translates into are reductions in the classroom. All right. So I'm not saying you don't say do one of these, but that there really isn't anywhere to go if you eliminate one, if you don't do one of these, right?
If you don't do one of these 5,
It turns into
the classroom.
yes, and right, and so eliminating conservatory, what is the impact of that? You would still have music twice a week, Kevin's. So you're here, Kenny, in case I get this wrong. So you have music twice a week up to grade 3. In grades 4 and 5, you would still have music. You would lose the conservatory that they have. And so grades 6 through 7, 8, you would lose all music because they have conservatory twice a week. You could say, okay, should we restructure this? And they have music once a week in grades 6, 7, 8. If you were to do that, general music in 6, 7, 8, once a week, then you lose half of that and it would come out of, so I think it was like 7 FTE, so 3.5 would come out of the classrooms. So this is all to say there really are no good options. They're all really pretty bad options. And if you remove any one of them, you're just going into the classroom. We've already right-sized the classrooms to guidance. So then what's happening is you're going to go above guidance. Now, when you look at section sizes, people would say, well, they're at 17, but that's probably because there's 3 sections at 17. So if you take a section away, it's going to be 2, one at 25, one at 26, right? We've already corrected for guidance. The high school. again, you heard me talk about the high school. The high school is not it's not as easy to figure out where you take the pieces. The high school is all about scaffolding for our students. And I will say, when I'm at the high school, I'm really impressed by the feeling in the high school. It's clear that students choose to stay in the building. There's always students everywhere in different nooks and crannies. I really feel it's an environment that supports learning for all kinds of students. And I don't think that is something that just happens. It's because of the scaffolding that you have in place. So the reductions would be to reduce 7 FTE across these departments. You're missing a parens. So,
I just saw that.
yeah, okay. So it doesn't mean, it could be any combination. It could be a 1.0, could be parts across these departments. There are some retirements. There are some leaves of absence. So some of this would be through natural attrition, but they wouldn't be refilled. They would just become vacancies that you wouldn't have again. So then you're raising class size. Reduce the assistant athletic director, who that position was just added. It is a second one, was added not that long ago. Your program is robust. Your program is robust. And so you can realize the impact of that, just less supervision. And I'm going to say, with all those students after school, it's a safety risk too. It's not just about making sure things run regularly. It's just mishaps happen, and it's about who's on call and who can attend to that. Reduce doubling up courses by students. Students, it's great. Students want to double up on a class, within a discipline. They want to take 2 sciences, 2 languages, 2 histories. Well, in a non-override, we'd have to say we'd have to reduce that opportunity. And I do think that's something that is appreciated as part of our culture here in Brookline at the high school. This would be, the next one is a more dramatic reduction of the 4+1 assignments, so 6.6 FTEs. So you can do the math about how many +1 assignments that is. It saves tutorial, but it cuts into all the other ones about the math lab centers, the other supports. All the +1s are generally supports for academic supports for students, and is the heart of the MTSS, general intervention supports. Students who are on IEPs have their own dedicated supports. This is about all the other students that are not on IEPs that just need additional help. Reduce other low enrollment areas. So there's some classes that do run at low numbers. So for a class that might max at 24, a low enrollment might be 16. There are some classes that max at 16. Those are usually the high machinery classes. They max at 16. A low enrollment might be 9. These this reduction disproportionately impacts classes being run in performing arts, drama. They are typically more low enrollment. But if we adhered to strict low enrollment, then you wouldn't offer them. So it would cut off the opportunity. But in a failed override situation, then we would eliminate those. Reduce 1 special education paraprofessional. So we do have paraprofessionals that are not assigned specifically to students. That are there generally to support specialized programs. Could be Winthrop House, could be Excel. Reduce security paraprofessional. This would go 5 to 4. Campus aid.
Yep.
We have an open campus. We have an open campus that extends to other buildings. We have an open campus that extends to 22 Tappan. Now, it's not insignificant that our 9th graders are on the other side of what is essentially a football field and more. So going from 5 to 4 is not insignificant. for having that security paraprofessional. Reduce an additional administrative position. So we already did in the proposed budget. This is another one. So this is consolidating administrative positions supporting more staff, more departments. And what you have below are the total FTE. 6.4 are already, did you adjust this for the new? Okay, 6.4 in the proposed budget, and then 19.6 additional in a failed override.
Can we pause there for a second?
Yes, you can.
Because
The next part are the FAQs.
I think that this is, these are dramatic cuts. These are not, this is 80 FTE, I think, by my count total. This becomes a Brookline education system that I think none of us are familiar with and none of us want to see. So questions or comments on this piece? Carolyn's raising her hand.
Thanks.
And Sarah.
Bella, can you help me understand on the BHS list, reduce doubling up courses by students, 1 FTE? So does that just mean that in order to provide that opportunity,
There's
there's
extra
an
staff.
FTE? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And sorry, bear with me 1 sec. Grade 1 aides. Can you just briefly describe what is the aid scenario?
So all kindergarten sections have an aide, all grade 1 sections have an
Okay.
aide. And so it's every class has one. So by reducing by 50%, it means that 2 grade 1 classes would share an aide, so the aide would spend half the time in the other. The principals have found, and they will say, you know, our students, basically pre-K, but K through 3, kids are just developmentally, some are early, fast starters, some are later bloomers. And so in that, there's tremendous heterogeneity in the K and the 1s. And so having that aid sort of helps provide that extra support for students that are, and it's just typical diversity and development at those grades. And so they do worry that one collateral impact of this is that students are struggling and their IEPs, we could end up with more paras being incorporated into that before we can allow for developmental growth. But again, this isn't a failed override, so no grade options.
Okay. And just to clarify, you said the K-8 list was 60% of the gap after the district level, so I'm assuming the BHS is the other 40% of the gap?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And sorry, I have one more.
So again, it's
Yep.
60% spread over the 8 schools.
Okay, yep, okay, thank you. I did want to ask, sorry, the furniture. I don't know where that went in the
So
slide.
every year, there's a need,
Yeah, no, I know, and it's $75,000 it was moved over.
Yeah, actually, no, it was,
sorry.
the line was moved over, the money was not.
Okay, so I guess my question is, not to sort of be pesky, and I'll just throw it out there, like, given all of this, and that the furniture at 75,000, is that right?
That's the budget.
Is on the non-override reductions list, like, is that not something that, you don't have to answer, I guess I'm saying rhetorically, in the scope of all of what we're looking at, is that not something that might be considered?
Should go in the proposed.
Yeah, just throwing it out there, like,
If I can speak to that, it's not for it's for replacement furniture and equipment. So we have custodial equipment, about $40,000 of it is for custodial equipment that's failing. And so not having custodial equipment then means we can't keep our buildings clean. The remainder of that is at the elementary school in particular, across multiple schools, there is a need to replace some of the furniture that is, not in very good shape. So it's, if it was new, and it's none of that. It's real important needs, which is why it's in this side of the equation and not in the proposed budget, because we really do need to replace some of the aging furniture and equipment that we have.
Sarah?
Can you help me understand the savings that you are intending to get on the K-8 reductions? So when we look at eliminating world language 6 to 8 and eliminating conservatory, how have you gone about reducing staff and still having coverage for students? So like, conservatory classes are really large, and how can you reduce that program and still have the students have something to do during that time? And is it at the point where, for like world language, if you eliminate the whole program middle school wise, do you have to redo the schedule so that everybody has more math, science, social studies, and English minutes in order to be able to eliminate all those positions?
So it would be introduction of more win blocks. And so contractually, everyone needs at least one block for prep. And so it's doable, but usually they have at least one a day, and sometimes they have two a day, which is not a lot for prep. So it would really compromise the teacher's time to be free to prep, and also just to meet at grade level or meet with other teachers to collaborate. So that would be the collateral impact. We would be able to meet the base contractual requirement, and that's it, one prep a day. So a teacher's gonna try to prep and try to meet with other teachers, and actually it'll be severely compromised.
So our contract doesn't have how many minutes the teachers work, it just has preps. And so you're able to add in time to the teacher's schedule because you can still give them that prep, but it'll just have like longer times that they teach the other classes.
Right, and so the thought too is librarians can also teach a class, but they won't be able to teach all day, but they could teach a class. So they would, and they don't do that now, but
The other part of that,
so
too.
they think it's doable. It's not, and again, what are you gonna do? You save one of these things in it, and you're doing reductions in the classroom.
Mariah? And then Donna?
I have two big picture questions. So, as you sort of alluded to, Bella, just now, it's not written anywhere here that I saw, but one of your goals was to preserve class sizes in K through 8. And so the decisions were all made with that sort of as a guiding principle.
Especially if we're gonna have the grade 1 aides in first grade, then it's all the more critical to do that.
Are there any other sort of overarching goals of that kind, sort of big picture ideals you kept in mind, or you and the entire leadership team kept in mind as they made their decisions that you could articulate, sort of guiding principles?
You might be able to help me because you were present in person with them, you and Robin. But I think they were protecting class sizes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was essentially class size experience, like in that okay. And that's in the high school as well, or strictly in the K-8s?
No, we tried to keep our eye on
the class
ways in
sizes.
which we could,
Right.
maintain, to the extent that we can under these circumstances,
Right.
as reasonable class size as we could, knowing that by cutting back on some of these support systems, that all the more important to make sure you have reasonable class sizes in
But
Gen Ed.
but it looks like we blow our class sizes, right? In either scenario, we're going to blow our guidelines.
At the high school, certainly, right?
At the high school, but they're not, so the K, they protected them. But, because if you decide, okay, we want to restore one of these things, and then you end up going into the classrooms, it's just going to create this inequitable experience because it won't be across the board. It'll be like here and there. And it probably will predominantly impact the higher grades because they'll protect the primary grades.
My second question is, does this total to the $5.2 million funding gap in FY '27? And then what happens in the out years? Because FY '28, there's an additional 5.5 million gap that I presume essentially melts away because we've reduced in one year. Or are those additional funding gaps, like what's happening in the out years? What subsequent reductions need to be made in the out years that aren't presented here?
An out year assumes that it was fully funded the year before. Yes.
Right, but since it's not fully funded in the year before, and we should be assuming we are actually operating off of the town allocation, which is flat over the next 3 years, what is the impact of, like, I'm presuming because you've cut out that 5.2, essentially you're flat like you're going to 149 the next year. So aren't you still sort of having some, at minimum in year 3, it was a $7.7 million, so there must be another couple of $1 million you need to cut out beyond what we're already seeing here,
If the
right?
first year isn't fully funded and only funded at the allocation level, the out years will be smaller because you did all those reductions.
Yes.
So, yeah.
But since FY '28 is flat and you know you're going to have natural growth, you're still having, I'm going to say it, like a similar level of cuts in the following year that are another 60 staff. And then again, the year after that, your allocation actually drops. And so you're talking about another 60, again, just assuming sort of a natural growth of 5-ish million a year. We're talking about this, like, I feel like the numbers that have been, or the situation that's been presented to us is understating how serious this is because it's only presenting the first year of what would be 3 years of back-to-back devastating cuts. And so we should be looking at this and then saying, well, it's great that we're protecting the class sizes for year 1, but we're going to have cut every single other place other than class size in year 1. So, like, we're just, it's 1 year out.
Right. And again, where we're at, we're already 42 FTEs down since the last override. And we've reduced our tuition costs, we've reduced our transportation costs. And actually, I hope it's okay. So Susan figured out our expenses are actually at 12%. There's no more to cut in expenses. We've refined us, we're at 12%. No.
Non-salary expenses.
Non-salary.
You're right, non-salary expenses.
So can I just ask a follow-up? So when do we get what happens in 28 and 29 failed override scenarios? Because, like, this is bad, and I think the community needs to understand the actual impact of a failed override over the next 3 years.
Your point is well taken. Thank you. It's not going to Bella's point also, by cutting $6 million out of this year, it's a $6 million base that will then, feed into the following year at a lesser level, right? But your point is well taken. If you take the body of expenses, even at the lower level, you're still going to have growth in your expense. So that's, yeah. So we did not take that into consideration yet, and it's some additional work we should be.
So it's like 240 FTE over 3 years.
No, it wouldn't be another 60, 60, 60. Once you cut the 60, then your base is less, so it's not going to go
Yeah,
up.
but your allocation's flat. So even if next year you're at, let's say that you cut this year to 144, you fit into the allocation box, but then next year your base is still going to go from 144 to 149 through natural salary increase, right?
But not to downplay the concern, but I would guess also, we don't know if there may be some revenue from in tuitioning. We don't know if there may be.
That's already counted in here. You already counted in.
My forecast.
That's already included.
Okay.
And it's minuscule money.
Meeting, to your point, for the next meeting, I'm not going to be here at your next meeting, but what I can do is run the model with the reduction to see what the out years, how it would play out in the out years.
And the salary, I just want to clarify on the salary, that's generally about 5 million a year increase, right? Year over
Yes.
year. So
The existing body of employees.
Okay.
Yeah, so I still don't see
we can
why
wait,
just on the back of the envelope, it's not 60, 60, 60, because we're still $5 million short in year one, again in year two, and again in year three. Like, because allocation is flat, and our expenses at level service, starting from a very low baseline, if this happens, is not going to be flat, right? We're 5 million short every year, and we have to make that up with 50 to 60.
It's 5 million
reductions.
short every year with the existing body of employees. If you
No, it's
reduce
5
the
million
body-
short every year, even if we do the cut, right? Like, I'm not seeing why we're
Let me
not
run the
facing
numbers and then we
why
don't
we're
have
not
to
facing
wonder.
the 5 million gap again the following year.
Is it possible, Susan, like, I think that we are running out of time for, like,
I can
having
run it
some
and have it
clear.
for you next week. I just won't be able to be here for that, but
Like, is it something that you could share out of the meeting with members so that we, like, not in advance of any public meeting? Because I think that this is something that the community and, for example, expenditures and revenues, like, we're having meetings.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Donna and then Carolyn. Sorry, Donna, you were. Carolyn and then Suzanne.
Peripheral to this, you might not want to answer, might not be able to answer. Might we anticipate, when capacity allows, potential conversations about structural changes that might realize substantial savings in 2, 3, 4 years, were they able to be executed? Or are you just like not getting your head around that yet? Like model changes?
There might be model changes, but it's so preliminary. I don't know what, I don't know if they would just change things and not necessarily realize savings. They might, I'm not comfortable predicting.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are you
But I do
comfortable-
feel like they
Okay.
need some time, like we can't do it for this.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course not. Not for, I guess maybe, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, might you anticipate capacity next school year to potentially dig into that more in terms of staff time?
I think so right now we're focused on the override and we're focused on negotiations. I think we were hoping late spring, summer to start looking at that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
Donna and then Suzanne.
Thank you. I just had a question about the, I have to get my glasses on, the BHS reductions, specifically the special education teacher and aide. I thought Karen was on, but I assume that's outside of, can you explain how we could reduce that and not?
Is this the paraprofessional?
It says reduce special education teacher and aide.
That's in the.
That's in the BHS.
That's in the that's already embedded in the proposed budget.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And so
Now I'm
that was-
remembering. Okay.
So we looked at, we've corrected for enrollment in general education and special education. In the non-override, yes, there's not, so it's a para at the high school. And the para is associated with one of the specialized programs.
So, just to be clear, we can do all the, we obviously do planning to the best of our abilities, but then there's needs in terms of IEPs, then.
So this was.
What would happen in that scenario if there's another need for an out-of-district tuition? For example, that somebody moves into the district and it's not something we're anticipating.
That happens.
Yes, so what would happen for FY '27 if that happens?
So there is there's reserve for it. So every year, there's going to be some students who are not sure if they're going out or not. So maybe you have 2 students you think might, so you might budget a tuition for in between. And so there might be some monies available if someone were to move in. Worst case scenario is you go into the circuit breaker fund, because that's what it's for.
Okay.
Yes.
And I couldn't remember, we are restoring the reserve fund for, okay, thank you.
Assuming we're fully funded.
Got it.
Yeah, if we're not fully funded, then no. That structural deficit carries forward.
Got it. Thank you.
Suzanne?
Thank you. So I appreciate all the work. Thank you very much. So as this goes public, I think people might be in a little state of panic. So, when you say things like eliminate world language 6.8, eliminate conservatory, that's the heart of what we feel about our middle school programs. There's going to be strong backlash on some of that. And so I just don't know if there's anything, we know this is worst case, the override fails. But I'm just wondering what we might say to the public that they could take a breath and, not.
Get out and vote and get a dozen of your neighbors to vote?
Yeah, I guess. Is that
All right, sorry. This is, as I said, we're at a point, even with the proposed budget, 42 FTEs down from the last override. Included in that was the loss of the world language program, K through 5. So the district hasn't been adding. It's only been constricting. And so we are where we're at. I appreciate it's a lot of money to put on an override. And I've heard from citizens who are on fixed incomes. I get it. It's a lot of money to put on the override. But we have done all we have is possible to bring it down as tight as possible. And so when you see what the impact is, there is no other program left in the K-8. So because you've lost one set of world language, and we try to present it in a way that makes it, if you restore one, you go to the classrooms.
So if you're looking at, 36 reductions in K to 8 with a non-override, failed override, that's about 4 per school. I'm throwing beep in there as well. And so I don't know how you make it consistent across, but I'm wondering if the school site council would have an opportunity to weigh in some way on how they
Isn't it
might.
50? It's not, that's additional, but it's.
Well, no, but this is for this, we've already included that.
Right, but I'm saying that the experience is going to be 50 fewer, so, right, for next year.
Well, but you've already done that. That's not in
We
this.
nobody's seen it yet, nobody's experienced it yet, so it's 50 educators.
Well,
That's what
it's in a
the
working
reduction is
document, and this is-
equivalent to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the principals really felt that they wanted to have something that felt more fair across the 8 schools. They really didn't want to get into piecemealing it, so that would exacerbate
It would.
the experience that
Just might
students.
be able to hold on to some of these programs if everybody could do it. I don't know. This is really dreadful. I hope it doesn't happen. But I'm just trying to think outside the box a little bit, you might even save some of these programs if we were to have to reduce.
Andy?
Yeah, I have a question for maybe those who have been following the overall financial picture more closely. So the town's projection that our allocation would be basically flat over the next 3 years, that's highly unusual. So on what is that extremely pessimistic forecast based?
It's on the above the line, below the line issue, right? So, and Mariah will speak more to this, but or Susan, it's benefits that have gone up by double digits year over year for the last years and are projected out to go, and GIC is not going to go down, or is not going to improve our financial picture. because those plan changes are not going to be implemented that were proposed.
Could I just say a little bit more so people, so the GIC, there were a lot of elements for a plan redesign to bring the premium down. There was a list of 12 things, and they've all been eliminated. There's only the elimination of GLP-1.
GLP-1s.
Yeah, that's basically all that's left. So if they approve that and that's eliminated, it's not going to yield a huge savings in the premium. No, so just so you understand what that meant.
But it's mostly above the line, right? I mean, Mariah,
Yeah, it's above the line costs. And so like the town's overall revenue base is increasing by a moderate amount, but it's more than getting taken up. That increase is getting taken up by what Val described.
So are other Massachusetts towns with similar tax bases facing exactly the same situation, like level funding for the next 3 years?
So there's districts, I read the article in the Globe recently about health insurance premiums for some of the districts. Some of them have had like a 40%, there was a 40% health insurance increase. And so this is something that is well documented, is not a Brookline problem, but all across the state, districts are dealing with the challenges of especially benefits costs increasing substantially.
And I would just add to your point earlier, Andy, that this will not solve any problem for us long-term. 3 years from now, the town and the schools will be exactly where we are now, short. And we'll either have to contract or we're going to have to find some other revenue source. Because there's not a lot of places when 85% of your budget is salary and it's negotiated through the union contracts. There's really, like, as Susan pointed out, if the expense side now is only non-salary expense is 12%, there's no flexibility. There's no wiggle, there's no stretch that you can make. And so the 5.31 million that the town is sticking with and that our town subcommittee is voting to propose will only, with staff reductions, service cuts, like no more farmers market, all kinds of things that are going to go away. That's even if we get the 5.31 million, will not solve the annual gap due to the lower revenues than expected, the fact that we're not keeping pace with even inflation, and that we are in a situation where we're going to continue to be cutting and not improving our bottom line. It will just be exactly where we are, schools in town, in 3 years. That's the scary part. So
There are other elements that there is a light at the end of the tunnel with respect to other things starting in FY '30. And so we are talking about that, anticipating that and what we can do in preparation. So
like paying off our liability, our pension liability.
there are other things that we could do with it to improve our situation. So I just wanted to, and it does look, it could be better in that out years, not necessarily.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure, could be.
Carolyn, Donna.
I'm sorry, but our students can't wait for that resolution.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not asking this, I'm not saying this as a suggestion, but I'm asking for just sort of a little bit of discussion on where we got to certain things, respecting the fact that these were all developed in collaboration with the principals. And again, I'm not suggesting, but I guess I'm interested in just a little bit of context about decision-making, both for the override and no override, in terms of staffing in some of the specialized programs and even ones that aren't for students with disabilities, SWS, ACE, where the class sizes are really small. Just like, how do we continue to justify those ratios in the context of other kinds of cuts? Like, if there was any discussion or And you can say, I'm not going to get into that, these are the cuts, but
Well, I think,
we did talk about that a little bit last year.
okay. For the specialized programs, they're designed for students that need more wraparound support or a higher adult to student ratio.
Or
SWS is a gen ed program.
an ACE
But
is a
I-
gen ed program.
I always,
ACE needs
but I
more
thought
support.
maybe,
ACE
okay,
needs
so
more
then I
support.
don't understand. I thought ACE,
ACE needs more support than
yes,
SWS. I think is
yes,
probably
yes.
Is Excel only for students with IEPs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so are those ratios mandated? I mean, I understand. And again, I'm not suggesting, I'm just trying to,
I know that
understand.
Karen looked at all the programs to adjust for enrollment, so that's why you see some reductions in OSS that are embedded in the proposed budget. But those were kind of enrollment driven and profile of student driven, which is why you don't see them as much in the override, not in the failed override one, because students do have IEPs that have to be met. So there's one thing to say, okay, maybe we have adjustments for enrollment, but
Yep.
then after that, you're hard pressed. So the paras that are on there are unassigned paras, meaning they're there in a specialized program. So we did look at that, and you see there are two reductions there, one in BEEP and one at the high school. And then the whole grade 1 aides are halved, so that's a whole another group of paras.
Yeah, no, I see that. And so that's, I mean, that sacrifice is what makes me just, people will want to understand sort of where the choices are made and not made, where there where there are really low staff-student ratios in other places. But I hear you, that these are the choices.
Donna, and then Mariah, and then.
I don't know, did Karen want to say something, or she had unmuted for a second?
Oh, Karen's there.
Yeah.
Sorry,
It's fine, I can ask my question. Oh, go ahead.
she unmuted.
Did you want to say something, Karen, before I ask my question?
Look, I was just going to answer. Carolyn had asked about instructional grouping. So all the specialized programs do have instructional grouping maximums that you can't exceed. So those are all the special ed specialized programs in terms of how many students can be in any particular group, what that group size is at any time.
I had a clarifying question about the 12% that Susan mentioned. Is it 12% after 12? I'm not wording it correctly because I'm extremely tired, but is 12% not including, it's after salary and expenses and after you take out OOD and transportation, or even before?
No, so it's 12.5%. So that means your total wage costs are 87.5. So all other expenses except for wages is 12.5%. That includes all of those things. Out of district tuition.
Seems like.
Hello?
There you go.
Sorry about that. So that 12.5% includes mandated services. It includes your tuitions. It includes all of your supplies and materials for your classrooms. It includes all your contracted services. It includes your transportation. It includes all of that, which is why we're saying there is nothing left there. There's nothing there. So we're left with programs and staffing. And we've cut back pretty significantly in staffing over the course of time. And we found ourselves here with a list that looks quite ugly, that impacts the lives of students and actually families and our kiddos. So.
Mariah?
I want to follow up on what Carolyn was talking about, trade-offs, because there's so many things here that are really, I mean, obviously, like terrible, terrible trade-offs, but the grade 1 paras were one for 2 classrooms, I think, until FY '23 or so. And that was an intentional choice to take it to a 1-to-1 because of the emphasis on early literacy and being able to provide that extra support. And so I know no one wanted to make these choices, and these are all horrible choices. I'm just wondering about that one particularly, given the other district priorities on literacy and how we make sure we're accomplishing our goals as you're going through the new literacy curriculum, and how we're just sort of prioritizing early education as a principle, how that fits in with this one. I mean, I think we're talking about 10 paras. Is that about right? 13? Okay, so I think I just like, as we contextualize that, like I just wonder in terms of impact. I'm not saying that right now you're going to do like, you're going to make the changes, but that one to me seems like it really undercuts some of the, I mean, everything here undercuts, and that one really is a tough one given the emphasis on literacy and the investment in literacy.
You are correct, actually. So I think when we talked with the principal, I mean, that was one that the principals put on the table with a lot of conversation. And it does, it's just that, right? Like that loss in grade 1 means less adults for small group instruction, for moving in some of those interventions that we're looking to do as we're doing some TSS work. I mean, it has great impact. Tremendous. Yes, so what you described is exactly what impact will be.
Okay, do you want to keep going, or?
I'm done.
You're done.
Sad, yeah.
Bella, do you want to keep going, or what's?
I think we're at the FAQs. Thank you.
So,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, FAQs.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we gave, I think it's 6 pages worth of responses, maybe it's 5, I'm not sure at this point. We're not going to walk through those tonight. I'll let you have the opportunity to take those and read through them. And then we can give additional comment. Certainly reach out to Z if there's anything in particular you feel that's unclear, or we want to look a little deeper, and we can get that to you. The hour is late and there's more on the agenda, so I think in fairness to you, to give you an opportunity to read through the responses, and then we can take it from there at the next meeting, if that's agreeable.
That's agreeable, thanks. We also have probably a long executive session ahead of us as well. So on that note, moving on to item 7A, motion and vote to appoint a subcommittee or designate reps to engage in collective
Sorry,
bargaining.
we have one more.
Oh, we have one more?
Are we done with FAQs?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
Sorry,
Next
there was
step.
just one last slide on next steps. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. So we already talked about GIC. There might be some shift. It just won't be as much as we all hoped. And then I want to, I don't know, continue to advocate to refine the multi-year revenue and understand what the allocation is in an override scenario. I feel the public perception that the override is so big, when I feel like, well, that's our entire increase and it's smaller the next 3 years than the last 3 years. And so much has been constricted already over the last 3. And then we'll continue to work with the town administration, expenditure and revenue study committee, and select board to develop a cohesive plan for taxpayers to consider. We have really endeavored to try to keep it explainable, understandable for everyone, and then refine the implementation plan for non-override or failed override reductions. Sorry, so that was the end on that.
Thank you. Jesse, do you have something to say on that? Or were you coming off mute for that? I saw.
Oh, teeing up, yeah, I was just going to say that one other possibility is that has not been fully articulated yet within ERSC is a menu-driven override. So there are some things, obviously, as you say, we're sad that there's so many cuts looking at here, but one opportunity we might have would be to educate the public about, with this much of an override, we'll be able to say these programs, but if we don't get anything, all of it's going away, and there could be some opportunity for choice there. I don't have a good sense of where ERSC as a whole committee, though, is on that at this time. However, in case we don't get to the liaison or whatever reports later, to the hour, I will say that we're trying to taxi right now to the hangar with this project because there's no time left. I wrote an email that some of you may have seen that was, for some reason, published into the public record, and it, without me thinking it was going to be, and it has quite a number of my sort of views unvarnished, and I probably would have written, I'll say publicly that I probably would have written it a little differently had I known it was going to show up in the public record so quickly. However, it's out there and it discusses some of my feelings about the ERSC process, not on the school side. I mean, that we've been working, as you've said, tirelessly to get us to the best where we can be, and a lot of credit to you and your team for that. Yet we're still facing sort of, as I mentioned yesterday at the full ERSC meeting, a dire consequence here for town and schools, especially because at the end of the 3 years for this money of 24 million, we're still going to be where we started, short. So it's so there's going to there's going to be separate group once the select board decides what it wants to be for this to communicate to the public a message about how this has to be and whether it's one fell swoop Numberville or segmented, in which case we can sort of protect parts of the school.
Okay, so I'm going to move to appoint Superintendent Wong and Deputy Superintendent Benoit to bargain on our behalf for the contracts with AFSCME, building employees, food service employees, and the Educational Secretaries Association employees. Is there a second?
Second.
Jesse seconds. Donna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So we have, I think, 2 of these policies are ready to move. Is that right, Robin?
No, they're just first.
Sorry, 7D, Career and Tech Ed. Do you want to speak to that one? It's a first reading at the school committee.
Right.
Oh, we're not doing ERC?
Nope.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
So, sorry, we're not doing,
We're only doing D and E. The others are, need more time with staff and or subcommittee.
Oh, F is out too because of our.
Yeah, that's going back to subcommittee.
Yes, I said only D and E. We're only just doing D and E. Yeah.
do we, you will,
Oh, we're going to fly through.
okay.
Sorry.
All right.
It's just a first reading, so, yeah.
So do you all have a copy of the CTE
Yeah.
pathways policy? So this is a new policy required by DESE. And it was actually due this fall, if we're being honest about it. But we didn't think we actually had to have this policy because we don't have a formal membership with a vocational institution. We're not like, our students have the opportunity to go to Norfolk Aggie, but we're not part of a membership to that. We don't sit on their board. We don't, we're not part of those decisions. So Superintendent Wong did reach out, trying to get clarity around whether we need to have this policy. We do. And really what it boils down to is thinking about how do we ensure that we make sure our students at our middle school level know what opportunities they have as they go to high school, both at BHS, like within Brookline, and also the opportunity for vocational education should they choose that pathway. So it allows information to be presented to them and for the opportunity to visit Norfolk Aggie and participate in that that enrollment process. So this is really just the the form policy that with our information in it, and we're and it's something that we need to then put forth our policy to DESE for approval. was step 2. So
Thank you. So this is just a first reading. Any questions on that before? Okay, thank you very much. Yep.
Are you going to, Andy, do you present the subcommittee like that we recommended it to go to first reading? Do you do that?
You just said it.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
And we did make the one word change, the clarification that the subcommittee asked about the relationship with Norfolk Aggie. So there.
Thank you.
We have a relationship with them. We don't have a membership in our, like, that's complicated.
It's complicated.
Right? Like but that is the vocational institution that our students would have opportunity to be going to. So we want to make sure that they're aware of that.
Thank you very much. 7E, I believe, was also recommended by the policy subcommittee to move to a first reading here at school committee. Mariah, do you want to?
I am so excited to present to you all a revised Section D for its first reading. This is the third time we have done this, and the first time it has made it this far. And I am so happy that we have made it this far. This also was a item in the MOU with the town. I'm trying to pep up the energy a little bit because I was feeling a little tired after everything that we've done tonight and heard tonight. I know. And so financial policy will get us there. So there's obviously a lot here, and I'm not going to review it. I will just say that you can watch all the tapes of our discussion if you would like to. This is based on the MASC policy with some weaving in of PSB policies that I thought and the subcommittee agreed were worth carrying forwards. And Susan has also provided her input, as has Bella. And that is my summary. Thank you. No, there's been no major changes. We made a couple of minor ones. We adjusted some of the dollar amounts. We removed some wording that was actually not in the MASC policy, but in our policy. And then in discussing it as a small group, we agreed it didn't need to be carried forward, but nothing that I would say is worth particularly calling out.
My other question is just the MOA does say that, I forget the exact wording,
Moving
but
forward, advancing.
yeah, so, but,
We're in the bounds.
so have we done that already? Or do we need to make some kind of official communication that, like reporting on the progress that we've made?
Well, so I will say that ERSC, Sadaf has been, who's the chair of the school subcommittee, Sadaf Kazmi, has been writing a summary of the CLA sort of response and updates since then. And I did provide Sadaf, no, not with, just that this was going to first reading for today. And one presumes it will be up for a vote at our next meeting, given the timeline.
And the text has been posted, so that's publicly available for anyone.
Yes, exactly. So we are well in the, we are already in the documented section of everything we were required to do. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Can we dispense with liaison reports, or is there, oh, sorry, go ahead, Donna.
Mariah, did you say at the next meeting we'll be voting on this? Or the second reading?
I think it's second reading and first and possible vote, right? So we could be voting on it at our next week's meeting.
Because I want to do my homework and read through your very, yeah. Okay.
Because that's not, we've always had 2 weeks between it, that's just practice, I don't think.
So the 19th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless, I just think.
That's fine.
And then,
Betsy, you always keep us, our noses clean, yeah.
actually, my other question was about the middle school pathway exploration policy. Very quickly, it says that they're going to cover transportation. Does that also include somebody riding with the kids to that school?
No.
Or the kids?
For a tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and typically, I mean, honestly, like as a middle school educator and as an administrator, I've gone with my students that are going to visit as part of the process of looking at a vocational school. It's often a counselor that might go.
Meaning the vocational school will pay for the
bus,
okay.
the bus usually.
And someone to ride with the kids?
Well, usually we would send one of our people. It's typically during the school
Oh,
day.
got it.
Right,
Okay,
like they might go during the school day, they have a tour.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
Are there any critical subcommittee reports before we meet in 5.5 days? Okay. New business 9A, section B4 of the policy manual, school committee meetings, agenda preparation, dissemination. Is there sufficient interest to move this to policy subcommittee? Donna, you had raised it, I think, or Carolyn, I forget who. Section B, so section B4 of the policy manual, this was asked either by you or by Carolyn to be put on the agenda. It's on the agenda. Agenda preparation, dissemination, school committee meetings. Section B4 of the PSB policy manual.
Donna, I think,
This is
yes.
agenda setting that
I
you asked to
think
discuss.
that you were looking, I'm guessing from your emails, that you were looking for a conversation.
Oh,
And it
yes,
sounds
yes.
like perhaps Val heard it as. I know, thank you.
It's the
thank
PSB
you.
policy section. So we hosted the PSB policy section. So is there sufficient interest to have a further discussion? of that
Yes.
section? Okay, so then I'm going to put it on the policy subcommittee, and you can have it on your docket.
Wait, but I don't think, my understanding wasn't that Donna wanted to discuss the
on,
policy, it
hold
was
on.
the practice.
Hold on.
Okay.
It will be reviewed. It hasn't been reviewed in decades.
Yeah.
It can be reviewed at policy. If there's sufficient interest, Betsy can post it, double post it as a school committee meeting, and discussion can be had. It's a,
I don't think that's
No,
what
that-
Donna was looking
All,
for.
all I'm asking for, you had said at a few meetings ago,
yeah.
we're on Zoom, I believe, and you had said that you were going to explain the docket process. So are you saying that's going to happen
I'm
in the
saying that that's going to
context?
happen at the subcommittee.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
She's saying it's a policy, and that in order for it to be discussed, it
I'm not
has to
saying in
be.
order for it to be discussed, I'm saying that.
she's saying
it
that's
is-
where the discussion
That's where the
will take
discussion will
place.
take place.
Okay,
It's appropriate policy. Exactly,
that's fine.
exactly, so.
Okay, my understanding was similar to Mariah's, that it was a question of practice.
My concern with that is that I think we had a discussion at policy 2 days ago about how many policies we had that were already stacked up, and we were talking about adding additional policy meetings. And so if this goes to policy as opposed to being covered at full school committee as just a conversation, like, I just think it's going to put aside other things that we are trying to get done this legislative cycle, to put it very formally.
And my understanding, and I have this question too, was that there was some interest in having a collegial conversation among school committee members about, because we've never really been told.
So as I said.
Sorry,
we'll be at-
can I finish?
You can finish, but it's on new business, so it's being moved to a place. We aren't supposed to have a discussion in new business, right?
So, well, I guess I feel I need to clarify it, because if you're saying it's new business and it's going to get punted to policy on the long, long list of things at policy that never get talked about, I'm not sure that's going to end up satisfying the desire for the clarification just about how do school committee members work with the chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent to get things on our agenda, and who is in the meetings, because I think there's been some deviation from policy on that. And my understanding is that was where the interest was. So
Okay, so
moving
I've
into
heard
policy
that.
doesn't seem to
Sorry, can I just ask,
respectful of what the question was.
can I ask a clarifying question? If we have it at policy, does that mean that the people involved in the docketing conversations will be there to answer questions about practice?
Betsy can
Theoretically?
post it, theoretically, Betsy
Okay.
can post it as a double post it.
Double meeting.
All right. Moving on to 10A, I move to meet an executive session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21A for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the BEU Units A, B, and C, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the committee and the chair so declares. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with AFSCME school building employees, food service employees, and Brookline Educational Secretaries Association employees, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the committee, and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve minutes from the January 8th, 2026 executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Jesse seconds. Donna, how do you vote?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne? Yes. Sarah?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We will not be returning to open session. Thanks, everybody, and have a good evening.